We are at quorum.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Okay, let's get started. So thank you, everybody. Welcome to the combined land use and full board meeting for Community Board 8 Manhattan here for April. And just a reminder that anyone who wants to speak during the public session needs to register online to do so by 6:45 p.m. So the way to do that is if you go to the link on our website that you had used to get into the meeting, there's a way to sign up there if you haven't already and you would like to do so. So with that, I think we can move to adoption of the agenda. You can move to do so with a thumbs up.
One for Barry and one for Michelle.
Great. Okay. Any objections to adoption of the agenda? No. Very good. And then now we will go to adoption of the minutes from last month. Again, if we could do it with thumbs up, that would be easy. Yep. See some thumbs up. Any opposition to that? No. Good.
Please raise your hand.
Okay, next we will go to the Manhattan Borough President's Report, and I believe turn it over to Keisha, is that right?
Yeah, I saw Keisha's.
Go ahead.
I saw Keisha sign in, but Nina, is Keisha joining us, or is the BP joining us?
Yes, but I know she is on 6 right now, so
yeah, that's fine. Okay, so
late.
got it. Okay, we'll do it when she gets here.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so let's move then to the chair's report. So I want to let everybody know, I think there have been emails, everyone's gotten notification of this in the blast emails we'll be sending about the East Side Freedom Square Coalition in support of Ukraine is, it's a group consisting of the community board and our local elected officials and many other community groups coming together to show the East Side support for Ukraine, you know, in part in response to a call from the president of Ukraine for solidarity from the rest of the world. So we're going to be doing a vigil with faith leaders and members of the community and people from the Ukrainian community here in New York, and again with the coalition, Monday, April 18th at 5:30 p.m. And that's going to be at Carshurts Park at 86th and East End Avenue. So I encourage everybody to attend and show support for Ukraine. And we are also raising money as part of that effort to support the people of Ukraine. And so I think Will may be able to put information in the chat about how to donate to help the people of Ukraine through the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America. And again, hopefully see many of you at the vigil on Monday. So I see Sherry has a hand up. Is that a comment on this, or go ahead?
Not that I don't support the effort, but just procedurally, this was never brought to the community board. What was the authorization for the community board to join this effort?
So ordinarily for things like this, I think it's the chair is able to, affiliate the board with things of this nature and join in and do this with the community. I don't want, let's not have more discussion on this, I think, Barbara. Okay, so then Will, did you want to, I think you're gonna waive your district manager's report, is that right?
Or
did you want to
I'm
add?
very
Go
happy
ahead.
to waive my district manager's report, as we have 9 committees who are going to be reporting. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's go into, oh, I'm sorry, I had skipped the elected official reports, so let's go back and do that. So for the elected official representatives who are here, and if your bosses are not going to be here, go ahead and raise your hand so you can do your reports, and we will call on you in order. So we'll start with Kate Theobald from Councilmember Power's office.
Go ahead, Kate. You can unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hope you're getting outside on this beautiful night. I'm Councilman Power's Chief of Staff and interim CB8 liaison. I'll be brief. Earlier this year, a devastating fire broke out in the Bronx, killing 19 people. And to prevent further tragedies, Councilman Powers is partnering with 2 of his colleagues to introduce important bills that will ensure fire safety measures and regulate heat in apartment buildings. One, Intro 106 prohibits the sale of electric space heaters without automatic shutoff features. And Intro 115 requires owners of residential buildings to provide heat for their tenants and increase the heat minimums. Also, Councilmember Powers is pushing a bill that he has, Introduction 83, that prohibits businesses from setting a minimum purchase requirement with credit cards for anything greater than $10. It has clear disclosure of credit card transaction minimums requirement at the cash registers, and also has a public reporting mechanism and enforcement structure so that people in the city, we're strengthening consumer protections and making it easier to use credit cards across the city. The chair already mentioned that we're partnering with Community Board 8 and their fellow electeds to hold a rally in support of Ukraine on Monday the 18th at 5:30 in Carl Schultz Park. And then also we're working with Community Board 8 and Treadwell Farms Historic District, as well as the neighbors who had a meeting at Monday, CB8's Landmarks Committee, about the property at 210 East 62nd Street, and in anticipation of LPC's hearing on that on April 26th. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Audrey Tannen from Senator Liz Krueger's office.
Hey, everyone. A few things. As you know, the budget did pass longer than we expected it took. Liz was very outspoken in her opposition to the Buffalo Bills Stadium. However, that is in the budget and will happen. Things that were taken out of the budget, I know Community Board 8 had a resolution about the FAR, and that was not included in the budget. So that was a victory. Also, things like the 421A tax break was not extended in this budget, and nor was the mayoral control of the New York City Public Schools. Those will be taken up during the legislative session, which is now occurring. Now we're turning away from the budget toward the legislative session, and Liz has her election reform bills that we really hope and expect will be passed during the session, as well as a number of other things. I know you've got a big agenda, so I will be quick. You know where to find us if you have any questions or concerns. And Liz, too, will be at that rally on Monday in support of Ukraine and the refugees. Take good care, and happy Passover, Easter, and other holy weeks.
Thank you. Let's go next to Cameron Kaufman from Julie Mann's office.
Thank you. My name is Cameron Kaufman. I'm the Director of Constituent Services for Councilmember Menon. I wanted to start by highlighting that the council member this past month introduced Intro 116, which is a bill to create a one-stop shop small business portal. It's a really critical issue for small businesses to navigate the web of city agencies and get permitting. And the council member, being a former small business owner herself, was really passionate about getting this out there. So we're excited to introduce that bill. We also concluded our participatory budgeting. We're allocating $1 million. We had 9 projects on the ballot. It was nice to see many of the community board members involved in helping us get the word out. We will be announcing our winner very soon, but we got almost 2,000 votes. We were out in the community very frequently, so the council member was very pleased with the turnout, and we're excited to announce the winner soon. I'll also highlight her resolution on universal child care, and the state funding it and the city funding it as well has now reached a majority. Almost 31 council members are supporting it. So that is something that, as a mother, the council member is really thrilled about moving forward with. And finally, the Queensboro Bridge construction project. The council member is working with Council Member Juan, who represents Long Island City, across the 59th Street Bridge, very concerned about some of the closures of the bike lane and the pedestrian walkway on the bridge due to the upper roadway renovation replacement. So that is something we're monitoring, and we're pushing DOT to make sure that there are always opportunities for bikes and pedestrians to cross the bridge. Audrey had already mentioned, as did Kate, that we're going to be joining as well with the Ukraine rally. So we will see everybody there on Monday. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Kevin Rogers from Assemblymember Seawright's office.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I'm Kevin Rogers. I'm Assemblymember Seawright's Legislative Director. It's great to meet all of you and be on this meeting tonight. I just want to give a few updates from our office. The legislature, as the Senator Cruz's office said, just passed the budget, which helps New Yorkers with tax cuts, extra child care tax credit, earned income tax credit, and $2.2 billion in property tax relief checks. The final budget provides a $250 million fund to help with utility arrears for those who had high energy bills this past winter, and furthers our investment in safe, affordable housing. Assemblymember Seawright is proud to announce the inclusion of her bill language in the budget to provide equitable access to highly specialized cancer care at NCI designated facilities. With the adoption of the budget, we have an expanded coverage for individuals and small groups, including Medicaid managed care plans and other qualified healthcare plans. We just had 2 successful second COVID booster clinics to give constituents a boost of protection against COVID-19. Thank you to all those who donated to our drive with Project Cicero and under-resourced classrooms. We're going to help. We collected hundreds of books for young readers across the city, so it was a really great initiative. We have upcoming events that we wanted to share with you about. We're holding a shred-a-thon on Sunday, May 1st from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock between 79th and 80th Streets on York Avenue. As part of the East Side Freedom Square Coalition, we are holding a vigil for the Ukraine, which Assemblymember Seawright will be there for in Carl Schurz Park this Monday, April 18th at 5:30. Please consider our office as your resource with no cost housing, legal clinic, and notary service. Again, for anyone who doesn't know, great location, 1405 York Ave. So please stop in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next we will go to Terrell Brock from Senator Serrano's office.
Go ahead, Terrell. You can unmute whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Brock, and I'm a community liaison from State Senator Jose Serrano's office. I hope everybody's doing well. On March 1st, the senator and his colleagues advanced legislation to strengthen New York's sexual harassment protections in the workplace. The list of bills are viewable on www.nysenate.gov, and the senator's bill S1426, requiring New York City to collect discarded recyclable materials at city parks, playgrounds, and historic sites, have passed the New York State Senate. The bill requires cities with a population of 1 million or more to collect discarded recyclable materials at city parks, playgrounds, historic sites, and other recreational facilities. Requires the posting of signs on facilities without trash receptacles, stating that trash must be retained until you reach a trash can, and provides state assistance for such programs. And during the pandemic, the senator's office have given away like a PPE for like different organizations and constituents in need. So if you're in need of like PPE such as masks, test kits, please feel free to reach out to us at 212-828-5829, or you can reach out to me at tbrock@nysenate.gov. And I hope everybody has a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do the public session. And so members of the public who have signed up to speak will have 2 minutes. We're strict on the timing here. And Will, if you can go through the rest of the instructions, please, that would be great.
Okay, so you'll notice that you're all muted and you're unable to unmute yourself. So what we can do to help speed up the process is whenever Russell calls your name, that you're next in line, go find the participants section at the reactions section at the bottom of your screen and press the raise hand button there. Once you press that, we'll be able to find you. It's also helpful if your name matches your actual name. So if you go to the participant section and you don't see your name at the top, you can rename yourself to where you're accurately named. And then just for later on, board members, if you walk away from the computer, we encourage you to use the reactions icon and press the copy cup so we see that you leave, and always chat me before you leave the meeting so that we know to not count you for votes.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we're going to start with Amy Baxter.
You'll have
Hi.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me some time tonight. I'm here for something that I think is bittersweet. I'd like to announce that the application process for the Barbara Chalky Memorial Award has launched. So we sent applications this week to every public high school in the CB8 catchment area, to some community-based organizations, to churches and synagogues who we're hoping can recommend applicants. And I wanted to ask all of you, if you know, or someone in your family knows, a public high school senior who has been politically active, or has volunteered for not-for-profit, or contributed to their community and public and civic life in any way, please encourage them to apply. We're looking for the next Barbara Chalky. Beyond that, the criteria is simply that the applicant is a high school senior in good academic standing, that they live in the district, and they have to write a short essay. Happy to answer any questions. We have started some social media, and I know the community board already sent out a tweet, so thank you. There's Twitter and Instagram accounts that are at Chalky Award, and I'm not sure that we have anything going. I'm so sorry, my puppy is,
Okay.
Of course, squeaking a toy. But those will get going, and any help we could get in pushing that stuff out, retweeting, reposting would be great. I don't know if there are any high school members of the board right now, but if there are, I certainly encourage you to take a look at the application. Any questions?
Well, we don't ordinarily do questions from the in the closed session here,
I
but what I
heard
think we'll
that.
do is, if that's okay. So yeah, I think if there are questions, I'll encourage folks, can get in touch with you through the board. And
Sure.
yes, so please, everybody, do get the word out about the scholarship so that we can get people applying. And thank you very much, Amy.
Oh, thank you.
All right, next we will go to Vanita Solomon.
All right, Benita, if you're here, please raise your hand so we can find you. I know you had wanted to speak.
And after Vanita will be Carter Potash.
Carter, same thing. Find the reactions icon, press the raise hand button. If you're calling in from the phone, I should have mentioned this earlier. It's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So if either of you are calling in from the phone, we can still come back to you. Just hit *9 so we see that it's you.
Okay, let's go to Julianne Britannia.
All right, Julianne, you're up.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. As president of Treadwell Farm Historic District and on behalf of more than 80 households, we want to thank CB8 for your continued support and guidance on managing this hazardous and out of context project at 210 East 62nd Street. As you know, the first architectural plans came before your committee back in March 14th, 2016. It's been more than 5 years that our historic district has endured significant hardship, and we strongly believe that the facts in this case warrant a revocation of the 2017 Certificate of Appropriateness. We thank you, Russell Squire, Michelle Birnbaum, and Alita Camp, who diligently and persistently helped us at our last LPC meeting with John Weiss and encouraged us to actually be able to come before you today. But as a full board meeting, I can't stress enough how reckless this owner has been in our neighborhood. He has repeatedly shown no interest in being a good neighbor, and in fact, his behavior towards our neighborhood and our neighbors has been the polar opposite. As you know, he's illegally excavated, he's underpinned without approvals, he's built a frame through a neighboring fireplace. He also has a as-built steel framing at the roof that far exceeds the COFA. If we allow this to happen, we are actually encouraging somebody to build as he wants and ask for permission later. This is outrageous, and we hope that CB8 will continue to push hard for a revocation of this appropriateness, because in all regards, as we spoke and as the presentation happened at the landmarks meeting, I know the board members there unanimously agreed that this project has gone well beyond being appropriate. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your continued perseverance in helping us. This has been a disaster for us. As you know, we love our neighborhood and we are a historic district first on the Upper East Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Duncan Sheik.
Duncan, go ahead.
Yes. Hey, my name is Duncan Sheik. I'm the new resident at 208 East 62nd Street, next to 210 East 62nd Street. Thanks, Russell. I just wanted to sort of echo a few things Julianne said. I inherited this problem, so I'm sort of new to the situation, but I have a 3-year-old daughter, and there's been exorbitant amounts of pigeon droppings because the building is a giant pigeon coop. There's mosquitoes all over the donut inside in all of our gardens. There's rats coming into our back garden, excessive moisture coming into my space, and just a huge aesthetic nuisance of living next door to this abandoned building, untended sidewalks, decaying particle board fences. It's really a mess. And then, of course, if the construction, if the revocation doesn't happen and the construction happens, we'll have a drastic loss of light in our garden, drastic loss of open space, and damage to at least one of the trees in our garden. So we're just hoping that there will be a revocation of this application. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Jim Solomon, who will be speaking for himself and also for Vanita Solomon. So he'll use his time and also Vanita's time.
Hi there, am I on?
Yep.
You are, and we'll reset this 2-minute timer whenever it gets to 0, so you don't have to worry about that.
Thank you. I won't take the full time. So it's I live at 212 East 62nd Street, immediately adjacent to 210, with my wife Anita and our 2 teenagers. Firstly, a huge thank you to CB8, in particular to Mr. Halpern, Ms. Partial, the co-chairs, and to Alita Camp, the members of Landmarks Committee, the district manager and the chair, Squire, for your unrelenting and major involvement in this issue. It has consumed a lot of your time, and we are extremely appreciative to this board. The origins of this did not have a happy start in 2016 with this board, and ever since, this board has been very, very much on it, and we're extremely appreciative. There are 2 questions before CB8 tonight on this issue. Is 210's current proposed design appropriate? The answer, as the Landmarks Committee found on Monday night, is an absolute no. Should 210's, the second question, should 210's original certificate of appropriateness be revoked? And the answer is an absolute yes. The 1965 Landmarks Law was established to protect, enhance, and perpetuate landmark properties. It was created with exactly these kinds of cases in mind. Revocation of 210 C of A is warranted by law. And just a couple of pieces of factual information that the board should know. Currently, 210 has 40 open DOB violations, 71 open ECB violations, $661,000 in unpaid fines, multiple stock work orders, and as of this past week, an emergency declaration order that required it to pump out 3 feet of water from its cellar that's presumably been there for years. And they were also compelled to board up their front and their back and their roof, which had been left open to the elements. And as my fellow neighbors pointed out to you, they dangerously and illegally excavated their cellar and underpinned permanently both 212 and 208. That's all. I think you all have a sense of it, and I have no doubt that the co-chairs of the Landmarks Committee will convey to you, as they spoke on Monday night, the issues at hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Matt Bauer.
Go ahead and unmute, Matt.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Matt Bauer from the Madison Avenue Business Improvement District. I just want to give you a quick update of some of the things that have been happening the last couple of days. Good things. We have 2 new store openings. ALC opened up on Friday at 1015 Madison Avenue between 78th and 79th Street. It's an independently owned women's fashion brand based in LA. They're a first store here on the Upper East Side. And also about a week earlier, Lily's Flowers, a really lovely flower shop, has opened up at 39 East 65th Street. And that's between Madison and Park Avenue. So really, they not only sell flowers, but also home improvements, home furnishings, I should say. Givenchy just opened up on the south side of the community board at 625 Madison Avenue at 59th Street. They moved from their store that was at 65th Street. And what's going to be replacing that store on 65th Street is going to be Versace. So they're going to be coming back to Madison Avenue. So it's great to have them both here. I should tell you that on May 14th, we're having a month from tomorrow, having our annual Madison Avenue Spring Gallery Walk. We actually have more galleries than ever before participating, over 60 galleries taking part. And it's really a great opportunity to experience great art and also the buildings themselves that the galleries are within. And just want to finish up by just reminding you all to download, if you can, the Madison Avenue Now Loyalty app on Google Play and Apple iTunes, and you could see offers and opportunities at a whole bunch of stores on Madison Avenue. Inspired by Community Board 8, as a matter of fact, so the Small Business Committee. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Evelyn David.
Evelyn, it's *6 to unmute whenever you're ready. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So nice to see that we're all still, the 50 people on here is very encouraging. Okay, I just have two questions. Actually, this is about congestion pricing. That's what I decided to hone in on tonight, because I don't know about 210 East 62nd Street, although it's right around the corner. What's going on? And I should know, and I will be apprised of that soon. So on congestion pricing, I have two questions. Is there any information on what the status of tolling 59th Street Bridge is? Is there any update on that? That's a question. And that would lead us into the 60th Street, putting the line below 60th Street. That would allow us to put the line below, or them to put the line below 60th Street. Would take away the argument that it has to be at 60th. So, because if they toll the bridge, they don't have to have it at 60, the line at 60th anymore. Anyway, I know you all get this. So that's a question. The other question is, has the MTA board or whoever is doing the work on the board that is doing the work on the congestion pricing, are they talking about putting somebody that represents CB8 on the board, or somebody from Manhattan, or whatever the discussion is, to add somebody, who is knowledgeable in Manhattan and the issues on that board? And I know there was discussion, the board voted on somebody to recommend. I don't know if she's been accepted by that board, so that's a question. Anyway, so hopefully that's within the time limit. I hope everybody's having a good evening and staying safe. Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. So I think we'll follow up with you with answers on those. I believe the plan currently is to toll the bridge. So let's go next to Valerie Mason, please.
Go ahead, Valerie.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk tonight briefly to extend my support and sympathy to all the New Yorkers that were directly affected by yesterday's tragedy on our subway system, and to voice my incredible support for the New York Police Department and how quickly they apprehended the alleged perpetrator of the violence in the subways. And also a shout out to all the resilient New Yorkers who got back on the subway and were living their lives again today. In the wake of this tragedy, I just want to again renew my opposition to the congestion pricing tax that is on all New York City taxis within our district. Now more than ever, people need an alternative to going into the subway. And until our elected officials can come up with a plan to make the subway safe, it is unbelievable to me that we would be supporting a tax that would be forcing the people in our neighborhood only to have to use the subway because they can't get around in their own neighborhood using a taxi. Again, I reiterate that this is discriminatory. The community board has already voiced its opposition to this tax, and I think our electeds should be putting pressure on the governor to immediately rescind this tax. I think, and again, in the wake of everything that's happened, we should be relooking at congestion pricing, because until our electeds can make the subway safe, it is outrageous that they would be asking the people of Manhattan to put themselves in a position that they need, that is not being asked of any other resident of the city of New York. And that's all I have to say. And I hope we will reconsider perhaps reiterating and resending our resolution. And to all the electeds on this call, on this Zoom, Start listening to your constituents on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go next to Elizabeth Rose Daly, please.
Okay, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Rose Daly, the Community Relations Manager for the Frick Collection. And I'm very happy to announce tonight that the Frick is participating in Museums for All. And this is a program offering reduced admission for people receiving food benefits, which you may know as SNAP. We are granting free admission to SNAP card holders with a photo ID and up to 3 guests. So please spread the word to anyone you know who might be, who could take advantage of this program. I also want to let you know that we have now passed the 1-year mark at our temporary home, Frick Madison, and we continue to take advantage of the opportunities that the Marcel Breuer Design Building offers us to see many of our works in new ways. And so on September 30th, we had opened a year-long project called Living Histories, Queer Views, and Old Masters, which presents contemporary paintings by New York-based artists in conversations with works at Frick Madison, with particular emphasis on issues of gender and queer identity that are typically excluded from narratives of European art. Right now, the installations by the last 2 artists in this series are on display. Jenna Gribben's work will be up until May 22nd, and the work by Toyin Odutola is up until September 11th. And you also might want to come by and see Propagazioni, Giuseppe Pinoni at Sèvres, which is an installation by Giuseppe Pinoni, a key figure in the Arte Povera movement. And it's works that he's created in ceramics with the Sèvres porcelain manufactory in France. And they're in the 3rd floor in a gallery right next to the gallery where we show many of our fine holdings in ceramics from Europe and Asia. And a gentle reminder, Frick Madison is open Thursdays through Sundays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And you can take a look at our website for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Boaz Galil, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I oppose the reverse location and reverse keyword search prohibition act bill. Or in other words, I support the usage of the technology by the public safety members, New York Police Department, for example. The technology is useful, specifically in crowded areas like New York City. 2 recent examples, the technology was used successfully. The technology was used in the last 24 hours to track Frank James, the subway shooter suspect. In addition, the technology was used to track Samuel Fisher, Upper East Side resident, who participated in the January 6th Capitol riots. The usage of the technology is restricted and monitored very carefully. The subject is very complicated. And even from the conversation during the technology committee, it seems that many people did not fully understand what reverse location actually means. A misunderstanding that I noticed was that several members thought that the technology allowed law enforcement unrestricted and full access to their data. That is incorrect. During the technology committee, I had a back and forth conversation with Assembly Member Dan Quall, the bill sponsor. And in general, surprisingly, my feeling was that he agreed with my concerns about the bill and with the fact that the bill doesn't provide any alternative solution to track suspects in crowded areas. So I hope that the Community Board 8 members will take this into consideration and vote against the resolution to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Alita Camp, please.
Thank you. First, my CB8 hat. We're having an art show on June 11th. The flyer is posted on our website. If you'd like to submit art for inclusion in the show, please send a small a photograph of it to info@cb8m.com with art submission in the subject line. We welcome you. It was a good show last June, and hopefully it will be a good show again. Now I'll take off my CB8 hat. I was listening to Brian Lara this morning, who was talking to the head of the Transportation Workers Union about the violence that occurred yesterday in the subway. And the head of the union said that transit workers are assaulted roughly 5 times a week. As Brian Lara pointed out, this is something that is not well publicized. I didn't know it. So I would ask if everyone, I don't know how this sounds, but it just seems so unfair that no one, they were essential workers during COVID, should have to put up with this. No one should have to, but especially since we've relied on them so much, to just be extra nice to any transit workers you may come across. And then finally, because propane heaters, unless they were voted on and I don't know about it, are a danger, as the fire department testified at length before the city council hearing. They're a safety danger, and they push a lot of carbon dioxide into the air. So they're also an environmental hazard and a pollutant. And so I would urge you to oppose propane heaters and let your local council members know that you do before the vote goes to the full city council. Thank you very much. See you later.
Okay, next let's go to Peter Patch, please.
Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to make a point here that I frankly, I'm uncomfortable making, and I've never had a conversation like this before. And I would have liked to have made these comments before the Rules and Bylaws Committee, starting with the question of whether we should even be able to have questions of a candidate for board chair, where Russell and Chuck seem to feel very strongly that was not in order. So I have some outstanding questions that I'm going to touch on briefly that strike me as relevant. And my open question is, where is it appropriate to raise them and address them? The first is, and again, I actually hate to say this, but when you were first running for board chair, Russell, you said that you, direct quote, that you did not recall really, you had not really thought about whether you wanted to run for Dan Court's seat. And I found that interesting because another elected official, I'll tell anybody who wants to know offline who that was, had said that very day that was actually your intention. And looking since then, it does look like, someone could be forgiven for thinking that you actually did have the intention of running for board chair. For Dan Court's seat. But then there was the issue of the takeover of the Kohler Task Force. In the first meeting, the Kohler Task Force, after you took it over, I asked what the reasonable rationale or legal basis for that was, and you said you would handle it. To my knowledge, you have not yet handled it in any way that was plausible. You have said that it was a tradition, but you must have known there was no tradition for a new board chair to kick out the founding chair of the task force. There was no such tradition. That was pure creation, I guess, on your part. Then you said at another point that you contacted the Bureau President's office to presumably to get a legal rationale for taking it over. But paradoxically, you said you didn't know who you talked to and you didn't know what they said. Now, for an attorney to say that strikes me as rather remarkable. I would have thought that would have been a memorable conversation, but you did say that perhaps you spoke to Isabel Abreu. Well, I had spoken to Isabel Abreu back then, and
your time's up. So, look, I just have to say, I've given you your 2 minutes, but I don't think any of this was appropriate for the public session. I don't think any of this was appropriate to bring up during this meeting. What you have said is not true, and I'm not going to go and refute it point by point. But your ongoing vendetta against me, I just think to constantly be bringing these things up before the board in this public way reflects poorly on the board. It's a waste of everybody's time. I would ask that you not do this in future. Next, we're going to go to Andrew Ravishir.
Andrew, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you, Russell. What a big week we've had here in New York. Normally, when our lieutenant governor is arrested in the morning and resigns by the evening, that is the #1 news story of the day, but not in yesterday's case. And I just want to echo Valerie Mason and say I'm grateful that no one was killed. And I'm grateful to the 21-year-old delivery worker who found the suspect this morning and alerted the cops. So just the power of one in New York is always strong. Going back to former Lieutenant Governor Benjamin, he was arrested and resigned because of corruption regarding real estate donations. And as Audrey Tannen mentioned before, the FAR cap was not increased in the 421A tax break for luxury developers was not included in the state budget. So we have a little bit of momentum fighting against overdevelopment. I want to reiterate the need for a 210-foot height cap to preserve the affordable housing that we have now and to protect our environment from future harm. And it's also a time to build coalitions and work with business, with labor, with our great city council member, Julie Menon, who's in charge of the small business committee, with city Representative Powers, who has a lot of office buildings in his district that can be converted into affordable housing. We need to work together to come up with a plan to convert those buildings into housing and to decarbonize them. And in doing so, we can create jobs, clean our air, improve our health, increase our stock of housing that is affordable, and lessen the need for overdevelopment of monster tall buildings elsewhere in the city. And as spring comes and things blossom, I know that many partnerships can blossom as well. And as always, I'm hoping that CB8 will lead the charge, and I'm here to help on the sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Dylan Geronimo Kennedy.
All right, Dylan, you can unmute whenever you're ready.
Hi, I just wanted to quickly speak in support of congestion pricing, which came up before. I know there are concerns about the subway, given recent events, but the subway is a vital part of our city and part of what makes our city such a great place to live in. And I want to push back a little bit about some of the concerns posed around subway ridership right now. This was an unusual event and it was terrible, and I'm very happy that we were able to find the person responsible, but it is still true that this is an unusual circumstance. And if we're thinking about consequences, in the last year, there were hundreds of people in New York City who were killed by cars, and that doesn't get the same kind of attention as one instance like this is, but it is still concern for protecting other New Yorkers. And so as someone who lives in this city, I would very much appreciate a push, or at least not an attempt by this board to work back the congestion pricing that New York voters voted for. So the subway is very important to me. I'm nervous that an unusual circumstance like this is going to scare people away from it, and I try to encourage no one to take that approach. Again, a terrible tragedy, but I did want to reaffirm my support as someone who rides the subway every day, that I would still appreciate having congestion pricing in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to David Medigan.
Go ahead
Good
and
evening.
unmute, David. Yeah.
Oh, am I off? Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dave Medigan. I'm a public member of the Veterans Committee. I'm here tonight to speak for the Board of Directors for the Knickerbocker Grays. Many of you are aware of the Grays. They've been in the Park Avenue Armory for over 120 years, where the cadets drill for 1 hour a week. And we are in that building with the shelter for the women and the conservancy. And I just want to make you aware tonight that we have a public hearing for the Youth and Education Committee on April 28th. And at that committee meeting, we'll be discussing the conservancy asking the Grays to leave the building after 120 years, which I think is a shame. We've done a great job in this community preserving the buildings. We need to preserve the institutions in this community, particularly for children for the past 100 years, that give them classes of leadership, citizenship, and empathy. So I hope that the community and the community board participates in the Youth and Education Committee meeting on April 28th and hear the stories from the current and past parents and cadets. And I really believe that we really need to stay in that building. It's a very active part of our community, and we really need to preserve it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we will go to Karen Lipson, please.
Karen, you can unmute.
Okay, great. Hi, can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Do both.
Okay, great. Yes, I live on 86th Street, and between First Avenue and York on 86th Street, there has been I refer to it as scaffolding, but I think bridge deck may be another term, an overhang. There is absolutely no work on the building that it covers. There was occasionally one or two workers, doing the brickwork, but now there's not even any pretense of that. And it is, this scaffolding, this deck is dirty, it is rusty, it leaks. It's also very depressing to walk under, and there's no work being done. So why is it there? I wonder if someone has an answer or could get an answer about that scaffolding.
Thank you. Yeah, we will have the board office follow up with you about that.
Great. You have you have a way to reach me, right?
If you can share it in the chat with Will, he'll have it, and then we'll be able to get in touch.
Oh, okay. I'd love to. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Last call for Carter Potash, who was not on earlier.
Carter, if you're here, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in from the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand.
Okay, so let's go back to some elected official reports. I believe Shelby Garner is here from Carolyn Maloney's office.
Shelby, go ahead and unmute whenever you're ready.
Hi, and I apologize. My camera is not it's not seeming to work, so I'm going to have to be off camera. I have a couple updates, and I'll keep it very quick. 36th Street subway station in Brooklyn yesterday, which was felt throughout the entire city. The Congresswoman wants to thank the incredible service of all the first responders, healthcare workers, and everyone else who assisted victims in the aftermath. This attack is a tragic reminder of the dangers of gun violence, which Congresswoman Maloney remains dedicated to addressing. Last year, she introduced a comprehensive gun safety package in Congress, and next Wednesday, April 20th, she will be joining Brady, a national nonprofit dedicated to gun violence prevention, for their volunteer recruitment and advocacy training event. In light of these events, our office also understands the importance of strengthening our communities. The Congresswoman was pleased to announce that all of her proposed community funding requests were included in the fiscal year 2022 appropriations bill. She assisted 10 New York 12 community organizations. There are $6.3 million in federal funding and is continuously supportive of the great work being done by community-based organizations in our district. Our office was also fortunate enough to secure more COVID-19 at-home rapid tests, which we will be distributing across the district. Just yesterday, we held an event at the 92nd Street Y and plan to do another distribution on Wednesday, April 20th, right outside of our Manhattan office. If you sign up for our newsletter or follow Congresswoman Maloney's social media, you can stay updated on where and when such events as these are happening in our district. On the federal level, last week, Congresswoman Maloney was honored to join President Biden at the bill signing of the Postal Service Reform Act, a historic piece of legislation sponsored by the Congresswoman. This act will modernize and revitalize the post office, implementing much needed reform and securing financial viability so that the USPS may continue to provide high quality service to all Americans for years to come. As part of her work on oversight, Congresswoman Maloney has also called on the Postal Service to electrify.
Unfortunately, your time is up there.
Save money and combat climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Kevin John Baptiste from DA Bragg's office, please.
Kevin, you can go ahead and unmute whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Kevin John Baptiste from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. With only 2 minutes, I'll just share brief updates from our office. I think primarily what's fresh and new from our office right now is an update from our Small Business Alliance, which was created by District Attorney Bragg to address, shoplifting and organized retail theft in small businesses. And it kind of expanded and is now, it includes business improvement districts, it includes larger businesses as well. So just this morning we had 2 meetings, one with the Retail Council of New York State, who had folks from Target, Walgreens, Gap, and other chain stores sharing a little bit about their experiences and some of the issues they're experiencing around shoplifting, as well as organized retail theft. And we know that, the Walgreens, the pharmacies are very local and a part of the communities. And so we want to make sure that we're maintaining communication with those types of businesses to ensure that they're benefiting from the services from our Small Business Alliance. And right after that, we had our Small Business Alliance focus group meeting, which again provided services to folks that are not in the alliance, but it provided updates, excuse me, excuse me, District Attorney Bragg's 5-point plan, which is going to be announced shortly to address shoplifting and organized retail theft. So I encourage you all to take a look at that when that's rolled out. And we'll continue to provide updates each month as we go along. So just wanted to share a little bit about those, and I'm happy to leave my contact in the chat should folks have any questions for us. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, next, let's move now to our committee reports. So we are going to start with the Landmarks Committee. So I'm going to turn it over to David and Jane.
Thank you, Russell. We heard 2 applications on Monday evening, our April Landmarks Committee meeting. David really did the heavy lifting for 210 East 62nd Street, so he really deserves a shout out for that. I handled the application for 210 East 65th Street. It's an individual landmark, the Manhattan House. They've come before us twice before with proposals for an awning to that would provide some protection over the stairwell that leads down to a subcellar, which is used for doctors' offices. The Manhattan House is an iconic individual landmark, as all of you know. In any case, there are 2 previous applications. I don't know whether it's cited. Can you put up, or will, the illustration of their current proposal? You can see the plexiglass canopy, which they're now proposing. Previously, they had proposed canvas canopies in a bright blue color that did descend. So in other words, instead of being just a flat canopy that doesn't really provide any protection, the previous iterations did provide some protection, even though they were non-contextual and inappropriate within the historic district. The committee felt that this solution did not quite provide a solution to the problem of providing coverage for the people who are going downstairs, the employees or the patients for the medical practice. In any case, the resolution, which I hope all of you have read, really should have been a disapproval. As you can see, it was an approval, but there were only 2 members of the committee for it, 5 against and 1 abstention. The 2 public members were also in favor of it. So I don't know whether anyone wants to introduce a substitute resolution at this moment. Michelle, I see your hand is up. Could we unmute Michelle?
Yes. Yes, I'll make a substitute motion to disapprove. If seconded, I'll speak to it briefly since the picture speaks 1,000 words. Is there a second there? Is that Barry seconding? Okay, so we have a second. All right. It was very nice of the applicant to come back to us after talking to us about that blue canvas awning, which was entirely inappropriate for this location, for this building, for everything. However, they neglected by presenting this, they neglected the real purpose of the awning, in that these steps, and you can see on the lower left part of your screen just how steep these steps are. So in fact, when a patient or a worker gets even halfway down these steps, the distance between them and this canopy is substantial enough where this canopy is not going to provide any coverage. So the position of the committee, I believe the big issue was that this canopy should descend, as most canopies over this great span should do. The other point that was made is it's made of plexi as opposed to glass. Plexi is very hard to keep clean, and there were many other reasons why that was why some were concerned about that. So for that reason, I would move to, change the resolution to a move to disapprove, and hope that the board will support it, because this applicant will come back. They have been cooperating and they have come back in the past, and I think they too want to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Did anybody want to speak to why they supported the canopy as presented? Marco, your hands up. Marco?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This applicant patiently has been presented two alternatives, which were inappropriate, and today is a third one. I applaud these efforts, and I believe this proposal is much appropriate within the historical context. I recommend its approval. There is an argument that the proposed canopy doesn't step down along with the stairs development. I went to visit the site. This stair has two landings with one half landing in the middle between the set of the two 5 stairs, 36 inches. This is a reasonable solution for the physical conditions above mentioned. Another argument is that the canopy doesn't do the job. Allow me to explain what I saw. This canopy is located in the northern side of the lot line inside of the outer court of this complex. And there are some trees and vegetation between the building and the proposed canopy, creating a shield from the weather conditions on the south side of it. On the north section of this canopy, there is a parapet approximately 3 feet high, leaving approximately 4 feet to the environment. And finally, in the eastern side, there is an enclosed entrance to this medical facility, which is higher than the proposed canopy, and its roof is pitching against this canopy. In short, these elements described above are protecting better than any other exposed canopy. Also, if we compare it with any other canopy in our neighborhood, this canopy does do the job much better than the rest of these canopies. Let's approve and stop any distraction to the doctors on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Felice, oh, you have your hand up.
Go ahead, Felice.
Thank you. So I had a question. I know we're talking about the revised resolution. But this is, and to Marco's point, this is the third time the applicant has come before the board. This is an awning that is not garish like the other two. It's not, it's not that bright blue. It's not the same thing that they've presented. And I feel like at a certain point, like how many times are we going to ask them to come back with a redesign and a different presentation unless there's some clear guidance for them on what is and what is acceptable to the community board. I understand David has said before that it's not his job to design it for them, and I appreciate that. But I do feel like if we reject this, then there needs to be some clear guidance to what would be acceptable, because this is the third time they've come back, and this looks, from my untrained eye, to be much more tasteful than what has been presented before. So thank you.
Felice, I think the applicant knew that we felt it was much more tasteful, but it really doesn't provide the protection that even the garish blue canopies would have provided, because they did step down as you went down the staircase. Also, please remember that this is one of the most iconic mid-century apartment buildings in the city. The applicant, I think, is well aware of what we'd like to see at this point. I think we're going to go now to Rebecca. She had her hand up. And then Alita.
Go ahead, Rebecca. Oh, sorry, I just muted you. My bad.
I will let Alita go first because I was going to make a motion to call to question, but I see you lowered her hand.
Well, we'll hear from Alita first. Thank you, though.
Jane, you said exactly what I was going to, that we expressed what our concerns were to the architect, to the applicant, and they understand it. So I will stop with that. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Okay, so call to question then.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Take a thumbs up for a second.
Barry.
I see Michelle. Barry. Rebecca, I think you're the first one up for.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure if he was raising his hand to oppose voting to question, but calling to question. But if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Marco,
No.
seeing no. Oh,
Nope.
Peter.
Pete.
No.
Please.
All right, no.
I'll give everyone one more second.
And I know there's a couple of folks calling in from the phone. It's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute whenever one of the secretaries calls on you.
I'm going to note while there's a lull here that before we go to the next landmarks item, the borough president's representative is here, so we will borough president's report and then continue with the landmarks committee.
All right, I'll have these numbers. The resolution passes. I will get the numbers to you after we hear from the borough president's office. Thanks.
Excellent. So we will turn it over to Deputy Borough President Keisha Sutton-James.
Yes, I am unmuted. Thanks so much, Chairman Squire. I first of all want to say hello, happy Passover and happy Easter to everyone. In terms of reporting out on behalf of Borough President Levine, there are a number of things I wanted to lift up. First is I wanted to really come back and celebrate the fact that, or lift up the fact that we celebrated a couple of women from your community at our Women's History Month event at Roosevelt House. It was very exciting. It was at the Roosevelt House of Public Policy Institute at Hunter College a couple weeks ago. Wanted to again congratulate and recognize two dynamo women who hail from, they live in, work in, and serve valiantly in this community board. And that's Wendy Hirsch and Mary Coleman, President and Secretary, respectively, of the Roosevelt Island Disabled Association. They were two of the honorees and they were fantastic. Additionally, I wanted to mention that both Mina and I look forward to both personally and of course representing Borough President Levine to supporting the community at the vigil on Monday that will be honoring the lives of those lost in the Ukraine. It is an unbelievable travesty, and we are of course here to do what we can to help, and being present is the very least of what we can do. So we're looking forward to being with your community on Monday. With regard to the open meetings law, I think many of you know the borough president has been calling on our governor and the state legislature to offer a hybrid option for months. Earlier this month, he was joined by fellow borough presidents in continuing our call for a permanent hybrid option for our community boards. As you may know already, the state budget included an agreement to allow for hybrid options and fully virtual meetings for the next 60 days through June 8th, I believe. It's a positive step, and we'll continue to work with each community board to ensure that the open meetings that we are hearing from each community board to understand what the needs are, and that hopefully the open meetings law can be tweaked so that it aligns better with the community needs. With regard to community board interviews, we are super proud that we have received almost 900 applications to serve on Manhattan community boards. It is more applicants than ever, except for the year after Donald Trump was elected. So we're very proud that so many people are engaged and committed to, or taking this step to, be engaged and active with their community boards. We have completed the phase of the application process where everyone interviews. So we're thankful to everyone who has participated in the interview process. And we will shortly be moving into the phase where we are going to be sitting with council members to go over their nominations and look to make appointments at the end of the month. Regardless of whether a person has been appointed, they will be hearing from us. And again, as we've said before, if not appointed, there are many other ways to participate and engage with this office. And this process is helpful for us in terms of learning different people and their interests and passions and skills. So This has been a great process and just kind of getting a great process in terms of bringing more people into the fold of activity. In terms of budget, there's one thing in particular I want to lift up. While the borough president did submit testimony on the city's budget for around sanitation and transportation and number of things, there's one in particular that we wanted to lift up, which was around parks. BP Levine also joined New Yorkers for Parks in rallying for more funding for the parks. The current budget allocates less than, we think, 0.5% to our entire park system. And we're asking for that to increase, for that number to increase to 1 percentage point, 1%. And we're hoping that, many members of the community will support that as well. Moving on, we would like to thank again those who were able to join the borough board meeting in March. We're thrilled to receive a presentation from the Independent Budget Office around the city's preliminary budget. Our boards, frankly, play a really critical role in the budget process, and we're happy to have received this board's feedback on our budget priorities. We're looking forward to tomorrow's borough board meeting, where we will hear from Dan Garodnick, as well as also be continuing the discussion around budget priorities. Housing. There are currently 200,000 pending eviction cases in New York City Housing Court. And the borough president wrote to, a little over a week ago, the borough president wrote to Judge Janet DiFiore regarding the Office of Court Administration's refusal to the right to pursue the Right to Counsel Coalition's request to only schedule court cases where tenants are being represented by an attorney and to match legal service providers' capacity. Last week, the Legal Aid Society, New York Legal Aid, and Legal Services NYC issued an immediate press release stating that they are unable to take new cases, and BP Levine still stands with our legal service providers to represent eligible tenants and prevent further homelessness in our city. A couple more things on the small business side. As a reminder, you've probably heard this many times, but the Manhattan Small Business Booster Loan Program, sponsored by our office and the Hebrew Free Loan Society, offers up to $50,000 in low interest loans for small business entrepreneurs that can be used towards things like equipment and rent, utilities, salaries, marketing, etc. For more information, you can contact our office at excuse me, at 212-669-8300. Again, that's 212-669-8300, or at info@manhattanbp.nyc.gov, which we will drop in the chat. As many of you know, this is the last thing I'll say. As many of you know, everyone knows that the borough president led incredibly beautifully well, in my view. I'll say that personally. During COVID, he continues to carry that mantle, and recently launched an initiative called Stay Healthy to Stay Open. We're, as you know, seeing an increase in COVID, particularly below 96th Street. Both East and West, and he announced the Stay Healthy, Stay Open plan as a proactive plan to keep New Yorkers healthy so that we can stay open, and that includes efforts to, and we're frankly calling on the city to, up the efforts to get more people boosted, to distribute COVID safety bags, including masks and test kits and actually high quality in masks, not just masks, but COVID safety kits, COVID test kits, sanitizer, et cetera, everywhere, to increase and up the testing in every community, in particular, those who have been hardest hit and disproportionately hit. And we started to distribute our COVID safety kits last week. And we will be continuing to distribute both the safety kits, which is inclusive of many items, as well as just test kits in the coming weeks. We're developing a plan to blanket the entire island. So we will be coming to your community soon, and look for that. And that's it for what I've got to report.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night. Nice.
All right, we'll turn it back over to David and Jane.
Okay, thank you. The can see it if, or Will, if I could just have the first slide, please. I think it's important to know the building we're talking about on the left, pre-construction elevation, the approved elevation. That's from the certificate of appropriateness from early 2017. And on the right, what they're calling an unfinished elevation. And you can see that there are a lot of issues about having that facade sit like that for over 4 years. Can we go to the next? And Mr. Solomon pointed out that the building has been unprotected and open, and there has been a great deal of deterioration. In fact, it is heavily documented, as again, Mr. Solomon pointed out. Despite that, it seems as if very little has been done by the owner of the building. And despite all of the violations, it doesn't seem as if Landmarks or the Department of Buildings has done very much to get this owner to do what needs to be done to clean up the site and build the building according to the plans. Although, as our committee is concerned primarily with appropriateness and context, we can't ignore the conditions that surround this building, the egregious disregard for Landmarks and the Department of Buildings. Russell Squire wrote a letter March 1st to the DOB, despite all they've done to date, asking them to do more, and they did. They came out to the site immediately, they inspected it, another violation, and then they also created an emergency declaration to have the building sealed, and they also are requiring that the water that has been accumulating be pumped out. So whether it's been the Landmarks Committee or I think the board in general, because this is the second time they have come to us to tell us how they are not going to meet the original certificate of appropriateness. I think we've all been very supportive of the conditions. But let's talk about why we feel that the new certificate of appropriateness drawings should not be approved. The architect suggested after he made his presentation that it was in the interest of the community and Treadwell Farms in particular to make the corrective work that he proposes had to do it quickly, and that would be in everyone's interest. The community responded that what's in their interest is to build it right. You see this very, very large addition, rooftop addition. What is being proposed is a rooftop addition that is narrower and that is shorter, but is still 1.5 feet higher than what was approved. So this massive rooftop addition would be somewhat reduced, but that's all they're suggesting that be done. So what are the other issues? So there are really two major issues besides a lot of details. One has to do, and if we could see the next slide, one has to do, the red is what's approved, and the blue is the as-built, and the black is what they're proposing. The issues relate, the two issues relate. The first one to the fact that the floors have been raised relative to the windows, and the roof has been raised 3'2". So what has happened is that with the raising of the roof, we have a tremendous amount of bulk, and with the raising of the floors, we have a disproportionate relationship of the floors to the windows. In fact, the third floor, the floor has been built up so that it is actually now higher than the windowsill. if you can think about how you experience those windows as opposed to the way they were originally designed in relation to the floors, it's totally inappropriate and should not be allowed. So they are not meeting, as you can see with the red lines, the original levels of the floors and therefore the appropriate proportions to the windows. The massing is significant, and it's true not only on the rooftop, but it's also true on the rear extension, where that has also been raised significantly. Now, they are claiming that this is not really an issue. Well, it's an issue not only in that that bulk will be perceived, but if you look at the cornice, they knew that they had to maintain the cornice. They knew that they had to maintain the cornice line where this building is. Sorry for my phone, thank you. They knew they had to maintain that cornice. Well, in the original, if you see the red line, that cornice acted as the required parapet. The minute you raise the roof to the level of the cornice, you no longer have a parapet. So what they are proposing is a contemporary glass railing. And you can see in the sideline that it just touches the top of that railing. The other issue, however, is that you don't see it just from directly across the street. You do see it with oblique views. You also see it from 3rd Avenue, which is the view that they were relying on to show us how much the rooftop is reduced. But the other issues are much too problematic to just accept the fact that we have a slightly smaller rooftop addition, but we are maintaining these major differences from the way the house was built. In the rear, you have a similar condition where they're going to raise the roof even further on the addition. And that also leads to having to do a contemporary solution, which is the glass, railing. So the feeling of the committee is not only is this contextually, not only is this a matter of context and appropriateness, should this new certificate be disapproved, but we also feel that because they have changed the basic design in terms of the proportions of the building spatially, and in terms of the way the building is going to be seen with these additions of the glass railings and the bulk, that the Landmarks Preservation Commission, by the status of what they're seeing, what we're seeing, is mandated to actually revoke the certificate of appropriateness. The reality is that the certificate of appropriateness is over in December. We, of course, are recommending that, given the landmarks law, the way the landmarks law works, and given the tremendous problems, not only architecturally, but with respect to the disregard for the neighborhood and the agencies overseeing it, that the certificate of appropriateness should be revoked at this time. So a yes on this one is to disapprove the new application for a new certificate of appropriateness, to make one change, but not to correct most of the problems in the building. So it gives you an introduction. Lengthy, but hopefully what you needed to understand where we're at.
There's a number of hands up. Elizabeth Rose is the first one that I see.
Thank you, Russell. And the neighbors who testified earlier this evening used the term donut several times. Can you explain
Yes.
what that reference was to?
Yes.
Because you didn't talk about it.
Yes. Well, I would have liked to have, but I've decided I spoke long enough, at least as an introduction, figured it would probably come up, and I'm glad you raised it. The donut is the interior space that is created by the ring of buildings. And it's called the donut because it's the hole in the construction of the buildings. Now that leads to one other really major issue. When we recommended approval of this in early 2000s, well, actually in 2016, we heard this in 2016, Landmarks approved it in early 2017, and we both approved what in retrospect is a rooftop addition that's too large, but even worse than that, we approved a rear addition, which is much, much too large. It extends 16 foot 6 inches into the donut, and it also, if we can go back to that slide that we had before.
I was just trying to show off what the donut is where the green space is.
There's the donut. And
Gardens, the donut are the gardens behind the houses.
right.
So sorry, I'll take you back to what slide did you want, David?
The last one that was up.
Okay. That one.
Yeah. So you can see that this, if this is the third story, or actually the fourth story, this donut is 3 stories high. Not only 3 stories high, it is much further into the donut than any other rear yard addition. So it's one thing if the owner had built in accordance with the approved design, but since the owner did not, not only should this be revoked because he did not build in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness, but it should be revoked so that we have an opportunity, whether this owner or another owner comes to us next time, to rethink what I strongly believe and what I know our committee believes, that both the original rooftop addition, but particularly the rear yard addition that interrupts the donut in a very significant way, should never have been approved. So
basically, their errors or whether by deliberate or non-deliberate actions, the fact that the rooftop addition is out of compliance with what was approved effectively is giving you the opportunity, or giving us the opportunity, to disapprove something that was previously approved.
it's not only the rooftop, it's everything else I described.
Right, and yes, their failures to manage
Sure.
the process such that they
No,
don't
I'm not,
create a
I'm
hazard for
talking
the rest
about the
of
fact that the
neighborhood.
building is 3 feet higher than the original building. So in addition to the fact that the rooftop addition was bulkier than I think we should have approved, and the new rooftop addition is still higher than the original rooftop addition, even though it's lower than what's built, he hasn't changed anything else. So he hasn't changed the fact that the roof is 3 foot 2 inches higher than the original roof. And you're going to perceive that. And you're going to perceive it also by the fact that all of a sudden we're now going to have 3.5 feet of height added to that with contemporary glass railings that just don't belong on a building like this. So what it's giving us a chance for 2 mistakes that I think were made in the approval process. But if they had gone ahead and met and built per the certificate of appropriateness, then we really couldn't have come back to them except to say, please. But since they have not met the requirements of the certificate of appropriateness for the building from top to bottom, plus we have 2 conditions that we feel should not have been approved, we think it should be revoked because of what they did not do with respect to the certificate of appropriateness, but it also gives us a chance to rethink what was done as part of that certificate of appropriateness inappropriately.
Okay. Thank you.
And next you have Marco, and then Alida, then Ed Hartzog.
Thank you, David. If there is no other more information, that I think you explained everything in detail the problem, I would like to call the question.
1 second. 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 If Alita and Ed still have their hands up, they may
There a
want to say
second on-
something.
Is there a second on calling the question?
There is Paul Crickler, Barry Schneider.
Okay, so I guess we need to have a vote.
Please raise your hand if you would oppose Colleen's question.
Alita, I'm sorry.
I see one hand up, so we'll lower. And before I ask everyone to raise their hands if they'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, the previous vote passed by 35 to 3-0. Please raise your hand if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause. Seeing none, the resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're now moving to the Women and Families Committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Gail and Peggy.
Gail, you can unmute. Just need to find Peggy.
Okay, Peggy is going to begin.
Just
Thanks, and good evening, everyone. At our March meeting, the committee reviewed the city's upcoming salary transparency law and passed a resolution opposing the proposed changes to it. The salary transparency law passed by the City Council last December takes effect May 15th. The law requires city employers with 4 or more workers to advertise the salary ranges of all their job openings. This rule applies only to base wages and does not include tips, bonuses, or employee benefits. The law aims to help fight wage discrimination and to help close the gender wage gap in which women in New York State earn a median 86 cents for every dollar men make. However, speakers at our meeting identified proposed changes to the salary transparency law they believe would weaken its effectiveness. Specifically, the changes known as Intro 134 would make the law apply only to the city's larger employers, those with 15 or more workers. Additionally, it would exclude remote workers and it would delay the start of the pay transparency law until November 1. Effectively, such reduced scope of the pay transparency law would mean far fewer New Yorkers would benefit from it. Thus, the committee voted to oppose Intro 134, which would diminish the pay transparency law. The committee supports salary transparency as a deterrent to wage discrimination on the basis of such factors as race and gender. And it believes that such worker protections available to employees of large organizations should not be denied to the tens and thousands of New Yorkers who work in smaller firms. Gail?
I think what Peggy has said, the most important point is we're looking toward equity. We talk these days in business about inclusion, diversity, and equity, and this is a matter of equal pay for equal work. I think that that's important because the discrimination is certainly gender discrimination against women, but it's also discrimination against people of color and others. And what we have found in doing research is that transparency with a salary range, which as Peggy pointed out is only the base, tends to be something that creates almost a trustworthiness about a company. And interestingly, 75% of people who apply for a position go on to Glassdoor or one of the other websites to try to figure out what that salary range is. So it's really not only wasting the time of the candidate, But also, when you start to look at the companies that spend a lot of time doing recruiting, and then it turns out that the salary range is not what the candidate expected, felt based on their particular qualifications that they should be paid. So to us, seeing this particular bill gutted, interestingly, it was the Partnership for New York City, the Chambers of Commerce, that tended to talk about small businesses and how they were being discriminated against. And yet the small businesses saw that that was not necessarily a problem. So we did not have all of these small businesses opposing it during the various meetings that have taken place, as well as during the city council hearing. And by gutting the bill, those of us on the committee and other community board members really felt that it's just allowing the lack of equal pay for equal work to continue. We're more than happy to answer any questions or hear any comments. Thank you.
Rebecca has her hand up.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate my support for this bill. I made the motion for the resolution at the meeting. I think what we discussed was that the bill would be the law that was previously passed would become moot with this adjustment. And I think it was Elaine who rightly pointed out that the fact that this is even on the table when we now are, for the first time ever, a majority female city council is very upsetting and disappointing. So I would urge everyone to vote in favor of this resolution. Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. Valerie?
My question to you is the intro bill, which you're saying guts the law. Can you tell us who the proposer of the legislation is and who the supporters of it are?
Well, we know that Natasha Williams, I believe, from Queens, is the primary author of the bill. I don't have a copy of it in front of me to tell you the others. Do you have it, Rebecca?
It's Bay Ridge, the Bay Ridge council member whose name just slipped my mind. Justin Brannan,
right,
is the other co-sponsor.
And this was a bill that was originally passed in December, and it was authored by Councilwoman Rosenthal who is still on the council at that period of time. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, that's very interesting too.
Okay.
Would anybody like to call the question?
Barry's called the question. I think Sherry seconded it. We have a second as well. So which secretary will be taking the role?
Sandrea, you're doing this one, right? Go ahead and unmute.
Greetings all and happy Holy Week to those who celebrate. Please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Valerie?
Yes, I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Michelle?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, no, there's one more.
Hey,
There's one more.
Carolina.
Sorry.
Tahoe also.
Carolina.
Carolina, we can't hear you if you're speaking. Try again. Maybe check your audio settings, but just chat me your vote. She's abstaining.
Okay, so
thank you, everyone.
Okay, so
Carolina,
very much. Hopefully we can get this through in the city council and go forward with salary transparency. Thank you very much.
And this resolution passes 35 yes and 3 abstaining. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, next let's go to the Technology Committee. So I'll turn it over to Vanessa and Rebecca.
Thanks. Before we speak to the resolution, just because during the borough president's report, she mentioned the extension for hybrid meetings. We did not raise future action on how our board feels about that during that meeting because we were focusing on the immediate potential. And this is something we'll address at a next meeting. And I know a lot of you guys have insight and opinions, and so we will try and come up with a resolution on behalf of the board through that committee at a further date. Now on to the resolution. This is to support a piece of legislation that would ban the use of reverse location search warrants or geofence warrants in New York State and New York State only. Boaz was a lovely and wonderful contributor during our previous meeting. I will say, though, we do not know whether or not a reverse search warrant was used to track the individual responsible for the horrific event the other day. That being said, he was charged federally. This law only will affect New York State law. Federal law trumps that. So this supporting the bill to ban the use of this practice in New York State is not effective. I'm happy to answer any questions about the legislation, but ultimately the reason we felt it was very important to take a stance as a board was because this actually affected our area very specifically. When there was the incident with the Proud Boys site, the DA's office got a reverse search location warrant and tracked the information of hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals here. The real issue with this type of warrant is no one is informed as to whether or not their information is shared, and therefore it's very hard to complain about the violation of what I believe to be a Fourth Amendment right to privacy, which is that, and the Supreme Court has actually previously, mentioned how this type of warrant is equivalent to searching someone's home. We as the committee very much felt that a warrant needs to be a targeted search and not just a collection of information on any individuals. Vanessa, do you have anything to add? Just wanted to add for those who, I didn't quite know what this issue was until Rebecca told me about it, and we learned a lot from Assemblymember Court. So in the simplest layman's terms, what this means is if, and this actually happened in our district, the DA's office under Cy Vance in 2018 decided to use longitude and latitude at a specific time. And anyone who was in that longitude or latitude at that specific time, this is a warrant to the phone providers to get all of the data. So we're talking like text messages, everything you do on your phone that would go through your phone carrier. And then now they have access to that information that could be used for this case, or we don't know what that information could be used for, how it's stored or, disposed of. So I didn't quite understand what geofence meant. So I just wanted to make sure that I said that in the clearest, simplest terms. So that's, again, we don't know which individuals in CB8 were a part of this because the Proud Boys incident happened in our district. We're assuming that there were probably CB8 residents who were part of it. And we also talked about potentially trying to do a FOIL request to get that information, but it's very difficult to know. So we don't know when this is happening. You don't know when your information is being shared with law enforcement. And just to add on quickly, again, because no one is informed, and actually we're hoping, I brought this up with when Alvin Bragg's representatives came to the Health and Seniors and Social Services meeting, that Cy Vance had been very his office was very reluctant in sharing with us, not the information, but whose information was exposed. And that is really the biggest issue here, is that without knowing, if you're convicted of a different, unrelated criminal offense, and your information, the police found you via use of this warrant, you will have no idea that that's the case, and you and your defense attorney will have no means to argue the illegality of that, of how they got that information. Again, I believe in a fundamental right to privacy, and I really hope that you will support this resolution. Okay, with that, let's call on members of the board, starting with Michelle.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to make a general comment that when a committee is dealing with a bill, instead of just explaining to us what the bill says, which just by virtue of that process is up to the interpretation of the person reporting, please, I would like to just ask as a general rule for every committee that if you are discussing a bill, to please put the bill in the minutes, or at least circulate the bill prior to the meeting so that we can see for ourselves what the bill says. Otherwise, all we're hearing is an interpretation of what some people think the bill says. So I would just like to put that forward as, maybe a little protocol going forward to please include the bills and give us a chance to read them. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Is that something ironically, I had jury duty when we were sending the minutes. Otherwise, I would have included that. I will try and get something to send to Will to put in the chat now.
That's what I was just going to ask, yeah.
Valerie?
I'm a little, I wanted to make a motion to table this resolution. I think it's premature, and I think that maybe we haven't, I think, is this really within the purview of this committee? I'm trying to see what, I guess I didn't see the technology committee as being, no offense, but I thought it was about technology and the community board, but you can take up whatever you like, I guess, but I think that there hasn't been enough ability to really look at this. So I'd rather not vote no and have the time to take to consider what the legislation actually says and do a little research on my own. So I'm making a motion to table.
I see a lot of hands still raised, and I'm getting some messages, so I respectfully ask you to hold your motion to table until we let everyone speak.
It's debatable. Barry's saying something. Are you agreeing with me, Barry?
Barry, go ahead.
It's undebatable.
Right.
But by the same token, you can't talk about it after you. You preceded it with a comment. You made a motion, then you talked about it. That's out of order altogether.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. I am. So I'm making a motion to table. We can vote on the motion and then go back to the discussion if it's defeated.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? Peter Patch. So Rami, I think you're the one doing this one. I'm going to lower all the hands first, and then anybody objecting to this will need to raise their hand.
Yes. So again, please raise your hands if you're objecting to the motion to table. I'll start with Rebecca. Dan Gore.
Yeah, I'm voting no on tabling.
Barry,
No on tabling.
Peggy,
No on tabling.
Sarah,
No on tabling.
Sharon,
No
on
on tabling. I'm sorry. Did you hear me?
yes, I got you, Sharon. Rebecca Lamort,
No on tabling.
Billy,
No on tabling.
Craig,
No on tabling.
Chuck,
Chuck, I just muted you, sorry.
Chuck,
I accidentally muted him as he
He's-
started to speak.
is he a little
Chuck, you just have to
frozen?
unmute.
Oh. Oh, there we go.
Tabling. No on tabling.
Thank you. Ms. Brown,
No on tabling.
Vanessa,
No.
David, David,
No.
Gregory,
No on tabling.
Evan,
No.
Andrea,
No on tabling.
Felice,
No.
Marco,
No.
Elizabeth,
Elizabeth Ashby. Just me.
No.
For myself, no. Anyone else? Voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause on the vote table?
John, one last one.
John?
Yeah, voting no.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Please give me 1 second to get a tally. Well, this is a first for me, is that we're dead split. So I don't know the protocol here, but
Means the motion doesn't pass.
Okay. 24 and 20 against. No abstentions. Barry?
Barry, go ahead.
Move to approve.
Is that seconded?
Yes.
Doesn't it just, it stays on the table? It's the resolution's already on the, or we're back on.
Barry, you should have known that.
Thank you, Will.
I'm sorry. Just trying to bring levity. You have Chuck up. Well, Rebecca and Vanessa.
Chuck?
Yeah, I'd like to support this resolution strongly because Rebecca pointed out something that it seems to me is totally inimical to our system of justice, and that is if you are charged under this, your defense cannot even have access to what may have been found or how it was found or anything like that. And I think that's totally against what the Bill of Rights is all about and what our justice system is all about. So I hope we can support this.
Thank you. And I'll just reiterate again, the reason there hasn't been any further legal action about this practice is because of the very reason that no one knows that people are getting their info this way. Next, let's call on Sarah.
Hi.
First, I want to thank the Technology Committee for taking on this issue. The geofencing issue it's timely, and session ends at the end of May, I believe. And so if we're going to make our voice heard on this bill, we need to do it now. And so I'm really glad, and thank you to my fellow community board members for voting to have the debate tonight, because it does matter. And in case it helps, a recent federal district court opinion in the Eastern District of Virginia ruled that that geofencing warrants were unconstitutional, because usually you have to have probable cause before you can get a warrant to arrest someone. And in this case, you're getting all the data on people before you have any inkling on whether or not they've done something wrong. And like Chuck said, it really goes against how our justice system should work. And I think that another important reason for this resolution is this is part of democratic policing. And we will only get the kind of information that we ask for in our policing system. And Dan Court's bill isn't new. It's been out in my professional capacity. I work with a lot of privacy groups, and we've all supported this geofencing bill. And so I really encourage my colleagues here to support this bill. I think it's really important. More information is if the legislature thinks that there is a constitutional way to do it, they can pass another bill in the future that creates the guidelines for using it appropriately. But right now, the courts have said, to date, the courts have found it unconstitutional. So I support this resolution and thank the Technology Committee for its work.
Thank you. And I'll just reiterate, I mean, the incident we referenced that happened in our area with the Proud Boys was several years ago, but this got renewed interest in light of protests that have happened recently and the mass amount of information that people can get access to. With that, let's go to Sharon.
Go ahead, Sharon. We can.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank the Technology Committee for undertaking this. I really appreciate it very much. I fully intend to support this. The Technology Committee is just doing a phenomenal job, and also the last committee, the Women's Committee, we're really taking on some issues from equal pay to this geofencing issue that we would not have taken on a decade ago, maybe 8 years ago. Kudos to the Women's Committee, kudos to the Technology Committee. I'm so happy that we're uplifting these issues to the community board level. And I hope that my fellow community board colleagues will vote in support of this resolution. And the last thing I wanted to mention is I do agree with Michelle Birnbaum regarding the legislation. I participated in the Technology Committee meeting where Dan Court talked about the legislation. And while that was immensely helpful, the board has indeed gone on record, I would say multiple times for committees to send out the links to the actual legislative pieces. But with that aside, thank you so much for raising this issue. Thank you, Will.
Thanks. Next, let's go to Ed.
Thanks, Rebecca. two very quick points, just to make sure I understand this. This whole issue is sort of fruit of the poisonous tree on steroids, if I understand it, what they're doing here. So I support the resolution. The second thing, we're talking about all this high technology. I was just going to say, with respect to the perpetrator in the subway yesterday, I read in the media today that apparently the gentleman called the cops on himself in the village. Just as a quick aside, not related to any of this, but I found that ironic that all this high technology and the perpetrator called 911 and ostensibly said, "I think you're looking for me. I'll be at this McDonald's in the East Village." Anyway, that was it. So I support what you're doing. Thanks.
Thanks. And yeah, also speaking of technology, I mean, the cameras that were installed in the subway station weren't working. So I don't think this is a really the same issue. Valerie?
I just want to say that I still think this is out of order, and that's the mission of the statement of the Technology Committee. While this may be a useful resolution, doesn't seem to fall within the mission statement of the committee. And in my mind, this is almost, new business being brought up at a board meeting because we haven't had the legislation. So that's it.
With all due respect,
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if perhaps you were absent at the last meeting, but we actually brought up this very bill in new business at our last meeting last month. I will absolutely, in the future, we will include the bill language, but I also emailed each member individually about this issue with a link to an article that had the link to the bill prior to that. So I think that's a lot of prior information if this was an issue, but thank you for bringing your concern.
Can we turn it over to Russell? Because I think also this was the first meeting of the Technology Committee in a long time, and I think our mission statement has just not been updated on the website, and the agenda was approved.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it may just be an issue of the mission statement needing to be updated, because I think the Technology Committee, Ivy, the purview includes technology policy, which I think doesn't necessarily fit any of the other committees. So in that respect, I think it makes sense for them to have handled this.
Alita?
Thank you. I think this is important legislation and important work. And again, as other people have said, the Technology Committee, it's a slippery slope from something that seems to be useful to the bad kind of and scary kind of policing that we saw with the initial Black Lives Matter movement and the aggression of some federal agencies. So it may be easy to think that this is simple and it's not an aggressive kind of policy, but it doesn't take many steps to get to something that is very scary. And since we've seen policing and search warrants dependent upon administrations or police administrations, government administrations, that this is a way of at least securing the initial first step. So thank you.
Thanks. And I will say it's in the minutes and it's in the resolution, but historically, every time this type of warrant has been used, there has been no useful information that has come out of it related to the actual case in question. That is something I think that is worth noting. Chuck, and then Craig, and then Rita.
I'd like to call a question on this.
Is there a second?
I see Rita's trying to, yeah, and Craig.
All right, so I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is me again.
Yes.
So if you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, we're voting on the actual resolution now. So Michelle?
Michelle, go ahead.
Abstain.
Valerie,
Abstain.
Elaine,
Abstain.
Elizabeth,
Abstain.
Sharon,
Abstain.
with that, is there anyone else that wants to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause? The motion passes. I'll have a tally in a second. And a correction on the last vote, the motion to table the noes were 20, the yeses were 19. I counted someone who wasn't here.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move next to the Social Justice Committee. I'll turn it over to Sarah and Sandrea.
Sandrea, you can unmute. Sarah.
All right, greetings all. Bear with me. I'm having some, I just keep zapping off for whatever reason. I don't know. I might have to go to my phone, but hopefully I can make it through this. Yes, so greetings all. The Social Justice Committee meeting held our meeting on, on March 28th. The topic of the discussion was the Clean Slate New York. Our presenter was Marvin Mayfield, who has worked tirelessly to attempt to get this bill passed, not just this year, but last year as well. Mr. Mayfield was actually commuting home from Albany on a bus during his presentation to the Social Justice Committee. So there was some issues with us trying to hear him really clearly, but all in all, he did present well to us, of course. I personally know Mr. Mayfield and his wife from the AME Zion Church denomination. He is also a testament on how not having a clean slate after serving one's time, how difficult it is to obtain a job, find housing, and so much more. The Clean Slate New York campaign is a game changer for those who deserve a chance after they have paid their debt to society. The Clean Slate New York campaign is fighting for this new law under Senate Bill 1553C and Assembly Bill 6399B. I believe we sent it over via chat, and I believe going forward, we will work on and make sure we have hyperlinks in our minutes so people can access it beforehand. With these bills, that would automatically, if they pass, clear a New Yorker's conviction record once they become eligible. We did pass a resolution, and Sarah True, my co-chair extraordinaire, will continue on.
Great. It looks like we have some folks who would like to comment. Rita, I see your hand up.
I thought the co-chairs did a fabulous job, and it is unconscionable that if somebody did something wrong and they've paid their due for getting better and being nicer and being more whatever, that's the end of it. It doesn't go against you that you have this black mark on your forehead for the rest of your life, or this tattoo that says, this person has already been in jail. It makes absolutely no sense. And I want to thank the committee. I thought it was an excellent job, and I hope my fellow community board members follow suit. Thank you.
And I just realized I should add that the Clean Slate bill, what it does is it prevents employers and other people who do background checks from accessing information about your criminal history if this is 3 years after serving time for or completing your completing your time for a misdemeanor and 7 years after a felony. And so I thought that was an important piece of information for folks. I see Peter's hand is next. Thank you, Rita.
Yeah, I just want to support this concept. I mean, as sort of vigorously and passionately as I can. For over a decade, I've been a board member of a nonprofit. It's actually based in Boston, but it's active in the Northeast, upstate New York, and they also do consulting and research nationwide. I'm going to call them ex-offenders. The terminology is a little tricky, but when they come back in the community, you know, they need a job, they need a support system, they need a place to live. And hopefully whatever drug issues they may or may not have are sort of under control. But we can't let, you know, one mistake become a life sentence to be, you know, sort of unable to support themselves. It's not good for them. It's not good for their family. It's not good for the community. So thank you for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We have Craig next, followed by Sharon and Rebecca Lamort.
I just want to make the point that in the transportation industry especially, there is a huge shortage of workers, whether it be bus drivers or people on the construction side, or especially truck drivers. The trucking industry, which is really dealing with labor shortages and probably is contributing to a lot of what we're dealing with now in terms of supply chain issues and even inflation. And one of the topics that keeps coming up is the fact that we're in a society right now where the younger generation isn't really interested in a lot of the old traditional jobs where people knew that they'd be able to earn a living and maybe be able to get a pension and to have government benefits. They're looking at other ways of earning a living right now, and it's really at the expense of a lot of industries that really need a lot of this assistance. And to take away a huge portion of the potential labor pool is not going to help anyone here. In addition to it being morally wrong, it's something that is contributing to some of the crises we're dealing with. And I wanted to just state my support for this for those reasons.
Thank you, Craig. We have Sharon next, followed by Rebecca, and then Barbara Rutter.
Hi, thank you to the Social Justice Committee. I agree with what everyone has said, and I'd like to add that I fully believe that this will decrease the recidivism. Somebody help me, Sarah. Somebody help me. The revolving door of going in and out of prison. And I really appreciate the committee's effort to take this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So Rebecca, followed by Barbara, followed by Rebecca Dangor.
I wholeheartedly support this. I'm so happy that the committee's taking it up. I've actually been working on this bill up in Albany, so I love that we're taking this up because keeping New Yorkers in perpetual cages is not how we end the cycle of recidivism. You know, for me, in my opinion, how I approach this from the labor movement, the root cause of so much that puts people in the criminal justice system is economic justice. So sealing those records, letting people get out, get their lives together, get housing, get jobs, and just get back on their feet, because we put so many checks on people when they return home from incarceration, and we do not make it easy for them to check those boxes. So sealing this and passing clean slate and passing this resolution now is huge. So I'm really happy we're doing this at the community board, and I urge all of my fellow board members to support it.
Thank you, Rebecca. We've got Barbara, followed by Rebecca Dangor, and then Billy.
Thank you. Sarah, I just didn't understand what you said about waiting 3 years or 7 years to clean the slate.
Right. So I raised that because
it's ridiculous.
We talked in committee about how difficult it is to get people to that point without other supports and other safety nets. But that is the bill that's on the table in Albany right now.
Well, I'll support it because I feel like, I mean, the opposite, but that means 3 years, from what I understand, you can't go into public housing. There's jobs you can't get for 3 years. Why not immediately? I mean, what can we do to say, is there any way of adding to it that we urge to shorten the period? What is the rationale behind waiting 3 years and 7 years?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely right. It's problematic at the end of the day, and it also deals with if they're on parole, so they still have to answer to someone. So they still have the clause on them, and they have to walk a fine line. But this is what it is right now. There's actually 2 versions, right, Sarah? Advocates for a better version because they know better. But yeah, I mean, it would be great for people to come home and be able to start their lives. But if they're still on parole and stuff like that, they still have the clause on them. So
I do also have one other question. I remember years back, a question came up. If I was stopped and what was arrested and then proven innocent, if I go for a job and they say, were you ever arrested? Do I have to say yes, even if I was proven innocent? And the answer was yes, years ago. Does anybody else remember? I forget what context it came. This is awful. You could not get a job because you mistakenly were arrested.
that would be a good explanation as well. Go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, that yes, candidate, if they were asked, they would need to say that they had been arrested. And so one thing that Clean Slate would do is take these questions off the table.
But after 3 years.
And well, at least the conviction question.
Okay. I'll have to vote yes, but it does bother me because I'm not happy with that part of it.
So I see Rebecca followed by Billy, and Rita, I see your hand up, but since you've already spoken, is it okay if I go to Barry after, and we'll come back around to you once everyone's spoken? All right, go ahead, Rebecca.
Hi, I just have a friendly amendment, and if seconded, I'd like to speak to it. I think I would like us to add a clause about those years a little bit more specifically into the resolution. I think that that's an important thing to note. So if that's seconded, I'll just say one quick thing.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I see several.
Peggy.
Billy. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think thank you so much to both you and Sandrea for always doing amazing things. And I think that would just make this resolution stronger and give a little bit more context. And I wholeheartedly support this resolution and hope that my fellow board members will vote in favor of it as well. And also, on a personal note, thank you both, Sarah and Sandrea, for your support from the Technology Committee's prior item.
So I would accept that. Rita made the motion in committee, so I think Rita would need to accept the friendly amendment. Is that right?
Rita, can you give us a thumbs up? Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for the amendment. Thank you for adding it, Rita. And we've got Billy, Barry, followed by Valerie.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank the committee for this resolution. I just wanted to make a couple comments. One is I was so glad that Marvin Mayfield participated. As some folks may remember, in October 2019, when we had I think it was through the Health, Seniors and Social Services Committee, we had a panel on the bail law, and Marvin spoke very, very powerfully, and I think we really benefited from his speaking. So I'm glad to see that he's been back now at the community board another time. I also want to share a quote from someone I learned from in law school, a man named Brian Stevenson, whom some of you will know, but he said, each person is more than the worst thing they've ever done. And I always think about that, because when we think about second chances, and particularly for people coming out of the carceral system, we have to remember that, we're all humans and we're all more than what got us in that place in the first place. And then lastly, just to add some of the reasons why I'm going to vote for this. We know that there's a negative correlation between employment and crime. We know that if you have a job, you're less likely to recidivate, as has been alluded to. And similar correlations exist with housing. If you have stable housing, you're less likely to recidivate, whereas if you're housing insecure, it makes you more likely. And I think that's really important here because we often we think about the consequences of crime, right? We think about incarceration and punishment and lengthy sentences. We don't think about the collateral consequences of losing your housing and losing your job, sometimes facing deportation. And so we all have an interest, right, in ensuring people get back on their feet. And this legislation is such a clear step in that direction. So I'm really proud to support it. And I hope we will do so unanimously tonight, if possible. So thanks again to the committee. This is really important work.
Thank you, Billy. And thanks for raising that it's evidence-based and that the research bears out the positive impacts of a bill like this. Thank you. We've got Barry, Valerie, followed by Elizabeth Rose and Peggy. And I think those are all the hands that we have up so far.
Good evening and thank you. I was unavailable to attend the meeting, so I have one quick question. What about our sex offenders covered by this?
Hold on one second.
Sure. We have to look at it, but I don't think so.
I'd like to be sure.
Yeah, we gotta look.
Rebecca is waving, and so I think one of the two Rebeccas might know the answer to this question.
Yes.
They're both waving so
A lot of
strongly.
hands. There's a lot of hands.
Hi, I'm working on the bill in Albany. I'm working with the Clean Slate Coalition. Sex crimes, you're not included. I do not have the specific statute off the top of my head at almost 9 p.m. right now as the lobbyist, but sex crimes are not included. And there are some other metrics in there for other crimes that are not as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. I mean, that is a totally different issue. That there's an entire registry different. I think we can, even without the statute, I'll agree that that's a separate
I can support,
issue, but an important point to raise.
I can strongly support the motion.
Thank you, Barry. All right, we've got Valerie, Elizabeth, and Peggy.
I just want to thank the Social Justice Committee for working on this. As many of you know, I've been working with women who've been released from prison for more than 25 years. One of the major issues we've dealt with over the last 25 years is, should I lie on my job application and say that I haven't been convicted of a crime or I haven't been arrested so that I can get an opportunity so I don't have to come back to prison? While this bill, as Barbara points out, is not 100%, it goes a really long way to allowing people to having, done their time and letting them move on and start their lives and hopefully not wind up back in prison. People wonder why people wind up back in prison. It's because we don't really give them the opportunity to have a real life, to move back into a home with their family that can support them. You're let out of prison with like $15 in your pocket and a Metro card, and good luck with that. So this bill goes a really long way, and it will give people, for the first time, a real chance to start anew. And I congratulate you on everybody's work on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Valerie. Elizabeth, Peggy, followed by Chuck.
So, Rebecca, I think Lamort, this is a question a bit for you since you are actively working on the bill. I completely understand and support this. And I think, 99% of the time, this is absolutely the right way to go. So I want to just raise questions about the 1%. There are jobs for which the felony, even of 7 years prior, might be directly relevant. Embezzlement, for example. There could be jobs where, regardless of how long ago the crime was, you just might not want to take that risk. And I'm thinking in terms of things like motor vehicles, just broadly speaking, things that can in fact cause significant harm. And so I just wondered if somebody who is, very close to this bill can talk to how those kinds of issues have been thought of or addressed as this bill is going through. Because I completely agree, there are lots of crimes and misdemeanors and felonies, that are simply not relevant to the type of work you may be seeking or to your ability to live in community. And those things need to be addressed. So I fundamentally buy into the premise here. But beyond sex offenders, I do think that there are others where the relationship of the felony or the crime to a future employment is relevant. And just wondering how that's been discussed.
Those conversations are actually happening right now. As was alluded to earlier by the committee co-chairs, there was differing language. So in the budget, Governor Hochul included one set of language that kind of watered down the clean slate bill and changed things on sealing records. And then there's the standalone clean slate bill, carried by Assemblymember Cruz and Senator Myrie. And those conversations are happening right now because there's been a lot of pushback on what if someone applies to work at a school? What if someone applies to work at a group home? What if someone applies to work at a nursing home? And these are all things that we in the coalition and as supporters, because I'm working on it on behalf of my union, because I'm a member of a construction union. I represent 17,000 construction workers. And as you're talking about, Elizabeth, it's an industry where your past doesn't dictate your future, but there are some other industries where there are parameters and things that need to be taken into account. And so those conversations are happening with the sponsors right now. I'm not a part of them, so I can't give light, but the issues you're raising are being entered into right now because the coalition wants to pass a standalone bill by the end of session, and they understand there may have to be some changes made, but I'm just not a part of those conversations, so I don't want to speak on something I'm not aware of, but those issues have been raised to me. And they have been spoken about with the sponsors and they are being worked through. So people feel comfortable with what's passed, but also we're helping New Yorkers get out of these perpetual cages because there are so many jobs where if you're bagging someone's groceries, I'm sorry, I don't care if you commit a crime and you did your time, you should have a brighter future. And there are so many opportunities out there like that. And that's really what we're trying to get at. And so right now we're working on the nuance around the edges. The coalition, the leaders of the coalition are having those conversations. And we'll hopefully get to a good place where the issues you're raising and that others have raised bring people to a positive place. And we can help New Yorkers and we can pass a bill by the end of session.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Rebecca, I'm so glad we have you here for all this, for the substantive support. Thank you. Peggy, followed by Chuck.
Thank you. I feel that Barbara Rutter made an excellent point about the waiting time on this bill is really too long. 3 years is unacceptable to me. My question is the amendment that we're going with here going to at least ask the legislature to shorten the time required till you get a clean slate, or that isn't part of the amendment that we're talking about to the resolution?
I think that the amendment would, and Rebecca Dangor, correct me if I'm wrong, would express that our sentiment that that it shouldn't take 3 or 7 years. I don't think that we're asking for changes to the bill, but to express. Oh, Rebecca just unmuted, so she can speak to it.
Yeah, no, I am happy to accept whatever the co-chairs want. If they wanted to change anything, it was more, I think, for the language of the resolution to be as impactful as we wanted it to. I think adding that detail was appropriate.
Yeah, so is it going to ask the legislature to consider shortening the time before a clean slate is possible? I mean, I would like to include that as part of our support for the bill, since 3 and 7 years seems unfortunately long for.
Since I could not attend the committee meeting, I did not want to propose a resolution that I didn't know how the co-chairs felt, but I am happy to either they amend the resolution or I change it to whatever the co-chairs feel. I just think this is really something they've worked very hard on, so I didn't want to change.
Okay.
Came out of the committee, so.
Okay. Well, co-chairs, is that part of the amendment that we can include, is to ask the legislature to shorten the time before the clean slate provisions take effect?
So I think we could include amend the resolution to say that we believe that, or we would support a shorter time period than 3 and 7 years. But I think parliamentarily that we need to ask Rita because she's the one who made the motion that's being amended. Oh, Chuck is waiting.
And Chuck is next, so go ahead, Chuck.
I think yeah, I just want to suggest, I was going to make a motion to call the question, but I know that we have this stuff going on. I want to suggest that the co-chairs could accept that kind of amendment. They don't have to necessarily, I mean, if they want to, as a courtesy, but they don't necessarily have to ask the person who proposed the amendment in the committee. It's a committee recommendation. It was approved by the committee. And so it's up to the co-chairs. So I think they should discuss how they want to handle that first, and then I'll call the question.
Okay. And Will, could you please unmute Rita quickly?
Yeah, of course.
And then Sandrea and I
I absolutely accept that, and I think it's a wonderful experience. I just want to add one thing, is that we had a high school student a few years ago who had people come. The panel were some people who were incarcerated and what their life is like. I mean, and then there were some people who have businesses that really only accept people from who have been incarcerated. I will just tell you that one that stood out is Greystone Bakery. They're up in Mount Vernon or Yonkers or something like that. Is run by a dynamic woman who only hires women who have been incarcerated. I want you to know that they make all the brownies for Ben and Jerry ice cream. And there's been no recidivism. So yes, I accept.
Thank you. Thank you. And Sandrea, do you agree to an amendment that says that we would recommend that they shorten the time period?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Great.
I'll call the question. I'll call the question now on the amendment as it now stands.
Great. Thank you, Chuck. Do we have a second?
Yeah, Mark, seconding.
Lots of seconds. Okay, fantastic. Then
Right.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Let's lower everyone's hands.
right.
Please raise your hand if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause. Starting with Michelle.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Elaine.
Abstain.
John
Thank you.
Phillips.
John.
Abstain for me.
Thank you. Carolina.
Caroline, we still can't hear you, and she's abstaining
Please
again.
message your vote. She's abstaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seeing no others, the resolution passes, and I'll just ask whoever was before me to read the vote for the last item.
Oh, and just so you note that Will Sanchez has a coffee cup up. He was not here for that. Okay, good.
Great. Thanks, everybody. And again, huge thanks to Mr. Mayfield for joining and to Sandrea for bringing him on as a speaker. So
Thank you all.
Thanks, Sarah and Sandrea. We're moving to the Transportation Committee. Chuck Warren and Craig Lader, co-chairs. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I know Craig is a little bit under the weather, so I'll hand this. We have one item. It's accessible pedestrian signals, and as many things that have to do with our the disabilities in our area. The city has to be persuaded to do the right thing, and there's a court decision that's been recently enacted, which requires the city to install 9,000 accessible pedestrian signals over the next 10 years. And the city has done a total in this fiscal year, which is just ending, of 147. And they have 400 in the next one and 500 in the next one. So it's going to take them obviously a while to get these 9,000. But one of the problems with that is, my co-chair Craig had put together a chart. We only have 15 of those in our community Board 8 area, and that's really below. That's about 5% of the overall accessible signals that have been installed, and really the rest of Manhattan has about 9% of those that have been installed. And so the Department of Transportation, was that they were asking for, well, if you have suggestions and things like that. But we passed a resolution that was really unanimous, that basically said that that we haven't received our fair share, and that we want more installed in our area, and where they should be installed around subway stations, hospitals, schools, and houses of worship and such. And we're gonna talk about some specific things, but we wanted to have a generalized resolution asking for more in our community board area, since we're behind in that.
I believe there's one abstention, and I think Michelle is first and was the one who abstained.
Yes, you're right. Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions here? Okay, let's see. Michelle.
Yes, I abstained at the committee level because as the resolution was read before it went into writing, the resolution said in all intersections. And so I could not support that. When I read the resolution tonight before the meeting, it listed the places where we think it's appropriate, like schools, hospitals, et cetera, and so I will support that. But that was not the wording that was mentioned at the committee. So everybody else on the committee should know that. I will support it this way, the way it's stated.
Well, I know we wanted to make sure that where that we thought it was needed, because at this point you're not going to get
no, but that's not what the conversation was.
I understand.
What the resolution, you enumerated where we think it's needed, that's fine. But what the conversation was in the committee and the wording that was used was that we support one of these countdowns at every intersection. I never support anything that's every or all or always. And that was my objection. So if it stays the way it is, I'm fully supportive.
I put language in the whereas clause to reference the fact that we believe that all intersections should be accessible. So it was not part of the resolved, but I did include it based off of the committee's request to have that language incorporated in it. And if I made a mistake and misunderstood the intention, Okay.
Well,
didn't
I'm
make a
gonna,
mistake.
so
But-
can you
No, you
read
didn't
to
make a
me, since
mistake.
I can't bring it up on my screen, can you read to me where, so you have a where, I missed that. You have a whereas that says we want it on, in every intersection?
That
Yes,
was
we
the
have a
issue. It was
whereas.
in the whereas clause, right.
Yes, the whereas, I'm looking for it now.
Can you just read that?
It's at the bottom of page 3. It says, whereas Community District 8 has many intersections where accessible pedestrian, oh wait, that's not it.
No, that's not.
I'm looking for where I put that in there.
I didn't see that when I read it, so.
Okay, maybe I didn't include language in, whereas in order for New York City to be a truly equitable place, all intersections ideally should have accessible pedestrian signals as soon as possible, is the next to last whereas.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, and that was the sense of the committee, that we would do something like that. Barbara Rutter.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good. This is the audible you're talking about, am I right? The audible signal, the beep, beep, beeps to say you're cross, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just want, I have a deficit. I have macular degeneration, and I can tell you it's hard for me to see it. I do. This is my thing. I would love it if every single intersection had it. I was in Springfield, Massachusetts, visiting somebody, and every single intersection had this audible, and it was wonderful for everybody around. This is extremely important for people. We talk about elevators on subways and things like that. There's more and more people that do have eye problems, and this is an extremely important thing to have. I thank you very, very much personally for doing it, and I hope we get it through, and the more we get, the happier I'll be.
Thank you, Barbara. Sharon Poe Marshall, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Chuck. I would like to call the question.
Is there a second for that? Is that Paul? You seconding that?
Yeah, Rebecca Dangor and Paul Kirkler.
Yeah. Okay. Is anyone against calling the question at this point?
So if your hand is still up, I'm sorry about that. We're going to assume that you are against calling the question. Unfortunately, that is not enough.
Right. Well, Sharon is the one that made the motion, yeah. So, okay, so it's probably two.
Check it. You're very quiet, so you may need to get closer to your
sorry.
microphone.
Sorry. I think we're ready to have the secretaries call the roll.
All right. This is Sandrea, right?
Yes. Please raise your hand if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Elaine Walsh.
No, you didn't lower my hand, but I wanted to say that years ago when this first came up, our community board was not supportive of having the technology for the hearing impaired. And there was a big push by the Lighthouse that was on 59th Street between Lex and Park. They're no longer there. So I am pleased to see that finally this board has moved ahead, because originally there was real questions that the noise from the beep would disturb people. So I am very happy.
We're voting.
Elaine,
Is that
I think that's out of order. We're voting here. You're either voting no. Yes, no, not voting for cause. or
I'm
abstaining.
voting to support, but many others have had the opportunity to speak.
Well, how about following the rules? That's all.
Rebecca Lamort,
I'm also voting in favor, but I don't want to get yelled at for not following the rules. I just wanted to say that these should be at every single intersection, and I'm more than happy to vote in favor
Yeah.
because disabled
Well, I'm
people
gonna
are at
yell at
every
you.
intersection. Thank you.
I'm going to yell at you.
few more seconds. Anybody else that want to vote opposite of yes? Seeing none, the motion, this passes. Thank you.
That's all we have.
Before
at
we move,
That's all we have at transportation.
thanks. I just want to read the last three votes for the record. The motion to table for the technology committee failed by a vote of 19 to 20 to 0. The tech resolution passed by a vote of 34 to 0 to 5 abstentions. And the social justice committee resolution passed by a vote of 34 yes and 4 abstentions. Thanks.
Okay, so let's move now to the congestion pricing task force. Alita, Craig.
Go ahead and unmute both of you.
Alita, if you'd like to take over, and I'll save my voice for any questions that are asked.
And feel free to jump in if you would like. Okay, so we had a meeting, as you know, and in answer to Elaine David's question earlier, I don't think there has been, the Transit Mobility Review Board has appointed anybody yet, so that's still up in the air. There were no updates, but we are concerned that the board, the TRMB, will not be meeting in public. That was the plan under former Governor Cuomo. So there was a motion and a resolution at the meeting because the state in its open meeting law says specifically that the open meetings law was enacted. This is in the resolution because the public has the right to attend meetings of public bodies, listen to debate, and watch the decision-making process. And the open meetings law applies to public bodies, which is defined to include entities consisting of 2 or more people who conduct public business and perform a governmental function for New York State. That would cover the TRMB and the public's interest in attending these meetings. So the motion resolution to require the TRMB to comply with the open meetings law was passed unanimously. Any comments? Any motions? Michelle? And then Rebecca?
Call the question.
Second, Rebecca seconds it. So I don't know which secretary is up, but please forge ahead.
Rami, go ahead.
This one is for me. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the resolution passes unanimously. I believe we're at 39 right now. 39 to 0 to 0 to 0. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for us, unless you have anything to add, Craig.
No, but thank
Just
you, everyone.
Hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll
Thank you.
just stay muted.
Let's go.
So you're at small business, I believe. Russell, is that right?
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, we're going to turn it over to, I mean, I think, so this was a joint item on the resolution. So certainly we'll unmute Valerie and Alita, and I think let's unmute the other relevant co-chairs, but everybody just let's let Alita and Valerie sort of run this part, and then folks can kind of weigh in as they, you know, why don't we just overrule myself. We'll just leave everybody muted, and you guys who are the co-chairs of the relevant committees will sort of have preference when we're calling on everybody. I think that's actually going to be the best way to do it. So go ahead, guys. please. Alita.
So in line with that, I would just ask, Will, if you could unmute any of the chairs of the other committees if they raise their hands ahead of anyone else. Thank you. So as you know, the sorry, still back in the old one, the Open Restaurants Program has had a lot of opinions for it, against it, for or against various parts of it. So in order, because there is legislation to enable and make permanent the Open Restaurants Program, we don't know what the rules are. We don't know who the lead agency is. There was an intervening granting of the Article 78 motion, which nullifies the zoning text amendment right now for failure to comply or failure to write the environmental impact statement. Don't know if the city is going to appeal, although indications are that it will, but it will take a while. I understand it might not be a decision from the appellate court until next fall. So in the meantime, they'll be busy writing legislation on a one-size-fits-all policy. There were, as you may know, 8.5 hours of testimony at the city council. So the issues are complex and they're complicated, and they cover all the bases of the various committees and more that met. It was the Zoning and Development Committee, Street Life Committee, Sanitation and Transportation Committees. And that's why we held a joint meeting, to be able to start to try and make our voice heard on the issues that impact this District 8 community. There was a resolution to have a seat at the table, to have our voice heard, to be involved in the legislative or the agency rule writing before it became permanent. And even though there are provisions in the city laws, the CAPA law, I forgot already what the acronym is, but it's an administrative process for public hearings. And even though there is local law, it seemed that with something that affects the 59 community boards, and perhaps differently for each single board, that it would be a good, that some people felt the idea of actually having input into rules after they were written and while they're being presented to the community would not be as effective as trying to have a voice before the rules were written, which is why the resolution was proposed. Valerie, is there anything you'd like to add before we go to, I see that Chuck has his hand raised as co-chair of transportation, but Valerie, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Well, I just wanted to say as part of it, we had a great presentation from the Department of Sanitation indicating, I think what really piqued everybody's interest was that she indicated that there were already these interagency meetings that were taking place and that discussions were being had. And I think that was one of the reasons why everyone felt so strongly about getting in there before minds were already set or had a predisposition to one rule or another. And so I think that's really the genesis, not the genesis, but a major motivating force for the resolution. Because too many times, people pointed out too many times when the various agencies have come before us with whatever the matter is, we're just doing an up or down on what they've proposed, and it's too late for us to have any real input. So that's really my feeling was the majority of the comments or the rationale behind the resolution was to get in there before that happened. That's it.
Yeah, and before we go to Chuck, there were a lot of comments at the city council meeting, which I intended for the duration, about the one size should not fit all, because we do have different ideas and different needs and different interests. And for community boards to have a voice is a way for us on the local level to be able to influence rules that make a difference on the Upper East Side that might not in Harlem or in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, or Riverdale. So, so I guess that was why people felt compelled, so that we would have input given the vast array of differences, not only among board members here, but among different community boards, different council members, and accordingly, different parts of the city. Chuck?
He needs to be unmuted.
Yeah.
He is unmuted.
Okay.
You are muted, Chuck.
Well, I have a number of concerns with this resolution because when this joint committee meeting was scheduled, it was my understanding there weren't going to be any resolutions.
Chuck,
Chuck, is there any way that you can raise your volume?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I tried to get, is that better?
It's not, it's still
Is there anything sitting
low.
on top of your
So-
microphone?
Let me. Is that better? Can you hear now?
No.
Not great.
Same.
It's still sort of low.
Really, I've got it up as high as I can do it.
If you just stay right there and speak loudly.
Yeah, I think if you say, yes, stay closer to the.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
That is better, actually. Yeah,
That
if
is
you speak
better.
up a little.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll shout. I'm shouting, but that's okay. It was my understanding that this committee was not going to be putting forth any resolutions, and this is really, and I think this is a very premature resolution in the fact that the Department of Transportation, and I've discussed this with Ed Pinkar, the Borough Commissioner, on a number of occasions. They're the ones that really is going to be the leading department on this. There are other departments that are going to be consulted, but we're talking about regulations that are generally going to be involving the streets of New York, and that's the Department of Transportation. And they've assured us that we'll have plenty of time to comment on these regulations, and that before they and I take them at their word. And I believe we're going to at the Transportation Committee, we are going to look into areas that if we think we need to make some comments beforehand, or things that we would like to see them focus on, we'll recommend those. But I think at this point, I don't see much mileage in just saying, oh, we want to be part of the process. And this is sort of, that's what this resolution says. And besides, I just don't think it's appropriate at this point. And it's going to be dealt with in the Transportation Committee later.
Well, it's not just a transportation issue. As Joan from the Sanitation Department
I didn't say it
pointed out,
was.
then I don't see why it should just be the sole focus of the Transportation Committee, when there are a lot of committees that have expressed interest in trying to either propose rules or at least suggest that we should have a presence at the rulemaking level now, before the rules become embedded in stone. I cannot imagine, for me, just personally, how once rules are promulgated, how 59 community boards will have any kind of meaningful input, because how are they going to change it if Ridgewood is it in Queens says one thing about restaurants having to close at 2 a.m. because it's not a congested neighborhood, or maybe 8 a.m. because it's a quiet neighborhood, and the Village says midnight and the Upper East Side says 11. How are they going to change anything? And that's just one of the issues, but it's a big issue, the noise level. That's what inspired the judge to say that there was not a sufficient EIS because there were so many noise complaints that it more than suggests it demands a review of at least that level of environmental impact. So it does seem to be a good time. And I don't know, I think people are speculating that DOT will be the lead agency, but that there is also conversation that DCAWP may be the lead agency. We don't even know that. This has been shrouded in, I don't know if secrecy is the right word that suggests something too underhanded, but it's certainly been shrouded in not getting a whole lot of public input on this. And so there are a lot of comments here. I'll stop with that, but I would ask, what?
Let me just say, Alita, that I've talked directly to Ed Pinkar, and they don't have anything at this point that's laid out, and it's going to be their regulations that are going to be governing here, and we'll have an opportunity to do this.
Well,
and I think, I mean, just saying,
Let me
you're
just-
not suggesting at this point, you're not suggesting anything. Nobody's suggesting anything. We're just suggesting, all right, we'd like to be involved, but of course we're going to be involved. And
We're
so
not going to be involved because even I
Well,
think.
why
some
don't,
council
I
members-
sorry to interrupt, but my recommendation and request is, instead of talking about sort of procedurally, sort of back and forth and whatever, we've got a resolution that is in front of us from the committee. And if we can just sort of stick to the substance of that, I think it might be better. And I don't want to get sort of too derailed before we even get into that.
Well, we have some chairs who have raised their hands. So in order, we have Kaz, Billy, and Elizabeth Ashby. So if we could unmute them. If I'm missing anyone, I do apologize. So let's start with Kaz. Oh, and Rebecca Dangor. Okay, let's start with Rebecca first, and then Kaz, Billy, and Elizabeth Ashby.
I will be very quick. I don't mean to go on to procedural issues, but I do think the minutes weren't clear. I made the motion to table of the initial resolution, which was exactly the same as the item that's on the floor now, for the very reasons we just heard. I didn't think it made sense to take action in this way, and the resolution was withdrawn by the person who proposed it. We had discussed a letter because, again, I'm never going to be against community involvement. I thought a letter would have been an appropriate way to handle this. But historically, there is actually, at least in my time on the board, I know it pales in comparison to everyone else, but I abstained because I was confused as to why we were voting on something that had just been withdrawn. And previously, we've had this same debate over jurisdictions between committees. I just don't fully understand the need for a resolution on this, especially since I do think, as Chuck kind of mentioned, we will be involved in some way. So I think this is a unnecessary thing to do. And I think we could have, if we really wanted to reedify, which I fully support, like community boards being involved on all steps of every issue, a letter would have been okay. But my understanding, I mean, I was watching the meeting on YouTube because I was working, and I joined because my understanding was that we were not supposed to take a resolution. We were not supposed to take any action in the committee session. And I was a little confused as to why we did that when I thought we were all on the same page.
Well, I don't think we were all on the same page, given that people proposed the resolution. I'm not sure why there wouldn't be a resolution to begin with. And as I mentioned at the meeting, and I'm speaking for myself here, and this came up when I was chair of the board, is that territorial arguments between committees make no sense. It's not just transportation. Even if DOT is the lead agency, as DSNY pointed out, there are a number of agencies that are meeting. It doesn't just touch transportation. It doesn't just touch dining in the roadbed. It touches sanitation and zoning and the environment and housing potentially too, and fire safety issues. It touches on a lot, and I'm sure that there are other committees I'm not even thinking of right now. It touches on a lot of different issues, and street life, of course, that are not just transportation. So it's a meeting for the community board to have an involvement in the rulemaking before they become finalized. And I don't understand the whole no resolution thing at all. So
I'll just
I know you
say
and I
that was a
talked
request
about it.
that I made, yes, to you, and that you agreed.
You're fuzzy, Russell. You're frozen.
You broke up there, Russell. We didn't get we got the request, but
It's about to yell at me, I think.
I think Russell doesn't yell. It's okay.
Maybe not literally.
I do think his computer froze.
While he's frozen, I'll just finish my thought, which is that, again, like, I think the reason why this jurisdiction does come into play here is my understanding is that the social business committee's involvement in here should really be just focused on the small business perspective.
It was a joint meeting, and that's why the whole point was to bring it before the board, because it does cross all these different issues. And so a letter coming from small business or for committees, I believe, first of all, as I mentioned, it was generated by the fact that we received new information during the meeting from the Department of Sanitation that there were interagency meetings that were going on. So that, I think, again, I just want to reiterate, I think that maybe I never agreed to no resolution. I don't know how you can agree to no resolution. This is a public meeting, and anybody is empowered to bring up a resolution that they wanted to bring up based on items that or discussions that are being had in the meeting. So we're already at the point where the resolution was approved by the members of the board who were at the meeting. And this community board allows the participation of any board member who comes to a meeting to vote. So it's open to all board members. So a resolution was proposed, voted on, and that's what we're discussing at this point. And it's, I don't know, a letter from a joint committee would have had, you know, how many people signing it. So here we are at the resolution level. We're not asking for any specific items to be included. We just, in my opinion, the whole point of the resolution is to go on record that this community board wants to be involved before the final rules come, or even not final rules, proposed rules for comment, because we're not even at that stage. And if I understand the judge's ruling of the Article 78, is that he's not even going to, that an EIS cannot even be started until rules are proposed, because you can't, in his opinion, in the opinion that he rendered, said you can't even start the EIS until you know what the rules are, because you can't decide what the environmental impact is of the program until you know what the rules are going to be. So that's the issue.
Right. So there.
Go on. Is Russell back?
Russell is back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
But I also
unmuted?
want to say that Russell and I did have a conversation, and I said I would tell people that there was a request from Russell that there be no resolutions, and I did do that, and Rebecca knew that, and everyone knew that, and decided to look for a resolution or talk about a resolution anyway, because the issues are important and there is some kind of time urgency, although we don't really know what it is. As Valerie pointed out, unless there is an appellate ruling that in the city's favor, they will have to either look at the current rules as they exist with respect to the temporary program or write new ones. And so so here we are.
Okay, Russell, you want to finish up?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So, and well, look, Alita covered it. I mean, I did. I asked you not to, and you agreed, and you know, but here we are. But look, I just want to frame it for everybody. You know, I don't think the Article 78 Supreme Court case makes the rulemaking procedure faster. It slows it down. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think at this point, there is agreement among the relevant committees that we are going to look at this even before the draft rules come out. So I think the sort of question of whether or not to do that at this point is moot, and I don't think it needs to be debated, because I think that's already going to be, you know, that's already what the plan is. And so I think, you know, frankly, I think it would be better if we just focused on the resolution before us and the substance of it, which I think, you know, for better or worse, whether you think that's a point in favor of the resolution or a point against it, I think is probably fairly uncontroversial, because I think I think the idea of community boards having a seat at the table of making rules is pretty much, you know, why we're all here and an essential function of the community board. So I just, you know, if what we're voting on is the concept of the community board having a seat at the table, I would say rather than get bogged down in a lot of questions that at this point I don't even think are relevant and are basically moot, because again, we are going to be looking at specific recommendations even before draft rules come out from DOT. Let's just focus on this resolution and move forward with the agenda.
Okay, well, we have two resolutions, but if we can get to.
Am I still here? Can I say something?
Yeah,
Alita?
but you know, Chuck, and I'll stop doing it as well. If we could just hear from Kaz, Billy, Elizabeth, and Elaine, and then come back to you, is that all right?
Well, let me just say something that might cut this short, frankly, because I see a lot of hands up, and I don't see, even though I have my concerns about this. I mean, this is, in my view, I mean, this is like motherhood and apple pie. So I withdraw my objection to this resolution. Let's just go on with it. And if people want to maybe we can cut short some of the conversation. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Chuck. Can I just make a further, maybe, Alita, can you call on some members of the board who were not at the meeting? Because
well, I thought it would be helpful, and we did agree to give them some kind of deference, the committee chairs, and maybe they'll keep their comments short, and then we'll go to people who are in the meeting.
Why don't we just
Thanks.
get
Cool,
it done?
and feel free to lower your hand if you'd like. So again, Kaz, Billy, Elizabeth, and Elaine. Go, Kaz.
Again, co-chairs?
Yeah.
Am I missing anyone? Who am I missing?
We'll get there.
I didn't get the email about the no resolution. So, that's why I made the original resolution. And I only made it after DSNY stated there was a multi-agency task force that was going to create the rules. So by that really piqued me. Will, can you put up the guidelines DOT put forth originally and the schematics that, we're going from what DOT is recommending?
I assume you want that flyer that the 2-pager.
Correct. And
okay.
If you look at the DOT guidelines, it shows no structures anywhere. And DOT has admitted that the sidewalk structures must come down. So, and I've seen DOT inspectors having a look at the sidewalk structures, taking photographs, measurement, and I've asked them, is that legal? And they said, no, it's going to come down. And even DOT representatives have said that the structures will come down. So DOT guidelines have not been followed by anybody, and DOT has allowed it. That is my concern. All we are asking is that the boards, or before DOT or whoever is in charge, comes to us with the guidelines, with the suggestions, with a ruling, and we have 30 days to comment. And then we comment, they're going to file it in the round cabinet, and that'll be the end of it. So, this is plain and simple. All community boards want is to have some say in what goes on. Yeah, if people can look at that and see.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, Kaz. Do you remember what the email was titled?
No, I don't. But it's on the DOT website, and it shows what their guidelines is or was then. And if you look at what the guidelines were and what the actual is now, it's 100% completely wrong of what they suggested. We can send that out later on.
I'll get it up in a couple seconds. Just
thanks. Thanks, Will.
Okay. Thanks, Kaz. Billy?
Billy, go ahead.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. I had to leave the meeting early, so I didn't vote for this resolution. I apologize for not checking it. I would have voted no on the resolution. As I said at the time, I agree that this should have gone through transportation. But I guess more crucially, and what I'll share with you all here, is if you look at the rulemaking process, and I'll just kind of read really quickly from it, it says each agency shall publish the full text of the proposed rule at least 30 days prior to the date for a public hearing. The whole way this process is supposed to unfold is you get a proposed rule, and then you have a public hearing. And by the way, the rule gets sent right to the chairs of the community boards. So the process contemplates our involvement, but it was never clear to me why we should have some sort of new or different approach to this, where we're weighing in before the rule is crafted. We're meant to respond to it. That was number one. And this second, I think, talking about and debating about having a seat at the table, realistically, I don't think it's going to, make much of a difference. I think we've put out a lot of resolutions and we've had a lot to say on these topics. I think we're most effective getting as involved as we can in the rulemaking process. And so going forward, my suggestion would be that if we feel that this is not something that should go through transportation alone, then let's have, an ad hoc committee that deals with this, where we can continue having the chairs of the relevant committees meeting as they have been. But I think we should just have a process in place for how we're going to deal with the rulemaking going forward. And I don't know that weighing in before the rules even crafted is going to be all that effective. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Well, it may not be that effective if the city agencies choose, as they often do, not to accept our advice or comments, but that doesn't mean that we should stop trying. And I think we've all seen what happens when hearings, when there are hearings and community boards make comments, and then they're, just as Kaz put it, dumped in the round basket. So, and I don't mean to argue with everyone, and I think I'm letting my personal opinions get in here, and that's not, but okay, so then after Billy, Elizabeth, and then Elaine.
Yeah, Alida, before you go any further, if you look at the screen that Will's put up, this was the DOT suggestion or guidelines as originally put up. And if you mean to tell me what is actually on the sidewalk is what the DOT guidelines were, then, I mean, I've got to get my eyesight checked.
I don't think you need to do that, but thanks for
So here's the section on enclosures that was in that brochure. It starts here, and I put it in the chat, and it ends over above the snow. Sorry, I can't scroll for some reason on this weird.
Oh, that's okay. Well,
okay. Whoops. Sorry about that. Okay, then Elizabeth and Elaine. And then we'll go in order of everyone else.
But again, you said co-chairs, right?
Yeah, who am I missing, Will?
You're including.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. You're right.
And it's Elizabeth and Craig, right? Is that who you meant to say?
No, it's not. It's Elizabeth and Anthony, but I know he's not at this meeting, and I didn't see that Craig had his hand up. So yes, Elizabeth and Craig. Thank you. Elizabeth, go, then Craig.
Okay. Yeah, I think that in a perfect world, you know, going through the schedule that Tuck has described, that would work. But we live in the world that we know goes on here, and sometimes I think we're here to be ignored. And I think that what we're, I think, forced to do is this is going to have a monumental effect, or could have a monumental effect on life, street life in the city. I've gone on streets that are a nightmare now because of the restaurants in the roadway. Fine now to help the restaurants out, but I think that we absolutely must insist, and I think this is probably the only way to do it, is to pass the resolution demanding a seat at the table. And I think that in addition to rule making at the table, I think we have also to be involved in the terms and the findings of the environmental impact statement, because those of us who've been involved with environmental impact statements know that they find whatever the client wants to find. And I think that we have to bring the community's position and experience forward. And so I hope that if you don't want to do the resolution, do something to ensure that we are part of the process and that we're heard.
Thank you. Craig?
I'd just like to clarify a few things. So I think I said this at the meeting, but this whole discussion about territorialism between committees, I don't really think that really is what this is about. I think sometimes it's being used as a convenient excuse to try to pin this on transportation, but this isn't about territorialism. This is the fundamental fact that it's just an unnecessary resolution. I think it makes us sound really weak as a community board that we need to ask to comment on matters of community concerns and significance. There's literally nothing preventing us from making our feelings known about this or any other matter. And then I also think that there was a lot of speculation as to what may happen and who's going to be in charge and how the sanitation discussion and the discussion of interagency coordination meant that perhaps DOT wasn't going to be leading this and that there's no information out there. The DOT has a lot of information on their website as to what the parameters of the proposed permanent open restaurants program is going to be. Not once did we actually look at that and consider that as a starting point. It was always, well, maybe it won't be DOT. Maybe it's going to be shifted to another agency, or maybe it's going to be a different process. And we didn't really understand what the process was. No one really knew anything about CAPA at that point. So we really rushed to a resolution, just in my mind, for the sake of rushing to a resolution without even knowing what we want to do with it. And the result is we now have a resolution basically saying we as a community board want to be part of a process. So I think that would be a really unfortunate move on our part if we were to support that. I think we all agree we want to be part of the process, but to have to come up with a resolution stating that, it's somewhat pathetic, I think. So
Oh,
I really
Craig,
think
well, you know what, Craig, let me ask you a question. Tell me where it says that they're going to consult with us if we don't tell them that that's what we want.
But the whole
they finalize and come back.
Answer my question.
Well, but you're suggesting that they need to actually consider and react to any input that we provide. Where does it say that we can't participate?
That's what we're saying. We're saying that that's exactly what we want. We want the input now.
But we can do that. We don't. Where's it saying that we can't do that? So we can.
All we have to do is send input.
Input, exactly. We could send something to the
Not
DOT,
if they rely on the CAPA rules and say we will come to you, so we're just going to ignore it unless it's appropriate because we haven't finalized rules, so we have nothing to listen to you about.
And if we pass a resolution, how's that going to be different? I don't understand.
Maybe it says to them, if 59 community boards sent them resolutions that we want to be involved from the beginning, that the rules may be citywide, but they have local impact, and different rules may have stronger impact per community than they do in another community. Maybe they will listen, and maybe they will reconsider the one size fits all, or maybe they'll reconsider the way that they're going about it. If we're still having this debate about whether DOT is the lead agency, and regardless,
it's not a debate.
Craig, it is a debate. Nobody is convinced that DOT is.
Where is there any actual evidence out there in an officially released manner that says it will not be DOT? You brought up this affidavit during the meeting, or someone did, and that's not official city policy.
You know what? But it's just one facet.
Wait. The affidavit was submitted in a court of law, but this has nothing to do with the discussion right now. Let's just stay on the resolution. Let's just stay on the resolution. Okay, who's next? Who wants to talk next? Who are we up to?
We're up to Michelle and then Shari and Gail. Michelle, you're unmuted.
Oh my goodness. All right. Let me just say this. Chuck wasn't at the committee meeting, the joint meeting. Craig was there. In fact, all of the things that Craig was saying that we didn't know, most of us, in fact, did know. Most of us have read the documents and what's being proposed. The fact that this community board could have a debate over a resolution that says we should be involved or we should participate is flabbergasts me. I said that at the committee and I'll say it here. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. Now, it's not a matter of whether or not we want to comment on the rules. We want to formulate the rules. And I've been on this community board since 2006. And I can count on my fingers the number of times that we were involved before rules became permanent, not the number of times that we weren't. Routinely over the past however many years, the DOE used to come to us and tell us what their new program is, and we would hear about it, but we were not asked to comment. The DOT would come to us. Many of the agencies came to us to tell us about new programs after they were put into effect. It is absolutely reasonable, no matter how you feel about the open restaurants program, it is absolutely reasonable that we try to go forward. Now, what would probably be very controversial in this board, which is why we're not attempting to do it on this level, is which rules. But the fact that we're asking to be advised of rules prior to them going into effect is something that you would do in your personal lives. You would never wait for something to affect you before you try to affect what the result was, and that's what we're doing here. Let me just also say this. The EIS, this Article 78, they had 30 days to respond. The city has noticed the court that in fact they are going to appeal. They now have actually 6 months to appeal. And there is no action that can continue while the appeal is going on. Now, they hope because the appellate court apparently is usually more sympathetic and they feel that they'll have a friendlier ear. That may or may not be. But in the meantime, we need to make it perfectly clear that we need to comment. Just take example, the roadbed. And we're not even attempting to make rules tonight. But take, for example, the roadbed. Some of us do not want to see dining in the roadbed. Well, look what happened this week. Big shock. A car went into a roadbed, open restaurant structure, and it was a disaster. Well, duh. Like, isn't that going to happen? But we're not even attempting to take on things like that. Or the propane tanks. For example, if there was a propane tank at that crash, the kind of disaster that we could have had. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about the ability to talk about that. And the fact that there's any controversy about that is unbelievable to me. And with respect to the EIS, as was stated, and I want to reiterate, the EIS is going to be done on the basis of the rules that are already proposed. Because the EIS is not a general statement. The EIS is commenting on whether or not a structure should be 20 feet from a curb, whether or not it should be on this street or that street, whether or not the fire department should determine the distances. So you have to have rules in place before the EIS can even proceed. And as to the concerns about the EIS, if you see it in construction projects and development projects, the EIS is done by the applicant. The EIS always favors the applicant. So you have to really be on top of it in order to head that off. I'll give you an example of the Armory. When the Armory converted to become an entertainment center, they conducted their own EIS. Now they were going to have hundreds, if not thousands of people come in and out of a performance at 8 o'clock and at 11 o'clock at night. Nobody's talking about the antique shows or whatever's dispersed through the day, but the start time and the end time events. They did an EIS.
We gotta say,
the EIS said, I will stop. Let me finish my sentence, Russell, and I'll stop. I know I'm very passionate about this because
Understood.
It's unbelievable to me that we can't pass this. But the EIS said no effect on parking, no effect on traffic, no effect on local garages, no effect. Really? You put another 1,000 people on the street at 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and gee, there's no effect on anything. So don't be so naive that Ed Pinkar told you. I'm sure Ed is of his word. I'm sure he'll try to be of his word. But believe me, the system is far more complicated and turns much more quickly than anybody from the public can keep ahead of. So I suggest very strongly we start with this resolution, how we go forward, to be further discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to Shari, I just want to mention something, that the restaurant industry has a seat at the table. The first people called on at the city council meeting, after the hours that the city council members spent asking questions of the DOT, were Rob Bookman, I think that's his name, who's an attorney that represents the Hospitality Alliance and the restaurants, and Andrew Rigge, if I'm sure I get that wrong, who runs the Hospitality Alliance. Not only that, but the mayor, the chair of the SBS agency, the Small Business Services, and Andrew Rigge had lunch together shortly before that chair came to a small business committee, I think the day before. So they very much have a seat at the table. And to balance things out and to provide some kind of equity for community voices, it only seems reasonable, as the people who talked about the resolution called for, an equal seat at the table or an equal ear to the administration, not after the fact, not after the Hospitality Alliance has directed the writing or written some of these rules itself, but from the get-go.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
Shari,
I
thanks for
think
your
that, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify something about what the process is going to be. So currently what the plan is the DOT will make proposed rules. It will take those to the community boards. The community boards will comment on those. What DOT will do with those comments, I'm not trying to convince you one way or another. That's what the process will be, and then it will be finalized. Now, what we're expressing is an intention or not of the community board to weigh in before DOT comes to us with proposed rules. What I would say is we don't need, we can tell them what we think before they come to us with proposed rules. If that's what we want to do, we can just do that. And I think that's what we are planning to do based on what we've done that. The question on the floor and what this resolution says is, do we want to express our intent to do that? And some people may want to do that. Some people may not want to do that. But that is the question that's in this resolution. Do we want to formally express the fact that we want to express what we think about this before it does it, or do we just want to go ahead and do it without having previously expressed our intent to do that? That's what's on the table for us. So I think frankly, stakes of that question are fairly low, but regardless, however you feel about it, that is the question. And so it's a question of whether to express our intent to express ourselves.
Well, maybe expressing our intent gets us an invitation. So can we go to Shari Russell? I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead. Yeah,
Shari,
go ahead.
and then Gail.
When Alita asked me to compose this resolution, I had to do some research. And included in the amendment passed by the city council, which allows open restaurant sites all over the city, is included. It removes the DOT as the lead agency. So we shouldn't say that the DOT is going to make these rules because, as I said, they were removed as lead agency. I put this together with the help of many, many people. This was very carefully worded. I think our resolve clauses are very reasonable. We just asked to be permitted to have meaningful input in rulemaking process by providing comments, ideas, suggestions before rules covering the open restaurant program are an advanced draft. And our second resolve is that we be permitted to review and comment on design guidelines in the early stages of development, as such guidelines as one size does not all does not apply. I have been involved in government a long time. I am a lobbyist. I know that you shouldn't assume that the public will have input. I think it's very important that we ask to be included early on, not after all the rules are done and everybody says we don't want to be bothered. I think it's important to do a resolution. I think a resolution is much stronger than a letter, which is why I introduced the resolution, and I encourage you all to ask permission to participate. If you think that they're going to let us into this, I'll sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. They're not. We have to ask. I've already spoken to Julie Menon about this. We need to let the city council know we want to be involved in this process because it so affects us and our neighbors. Thank you.
Thanks, Shari. Gail, and then Peter.
I think that we should express our intent. And the reason I believe that is having worked in government for well over 50 years. And it's not that we're not going to see the draft rules. Of course we will, but it's at what point? Because once draft rules reach that stage where they're not finalized yet, but they're close to it, it becomes very difficult to move the mountain and start to have any significant changes. So asking to be part of the process early on, and it doesn't mean that the rules that we want to be promulgated will necessarily happen, but at least we've got a chance of having our feelings heard. And interestingly, when we start to talk about how this particular issue is being discussed at other community boards, Community Board 6, it first came up in the Business and Licensing Committee. Then Transportation got involved, Land Use and Waterfront. The same is really true with Community Board 2, where they're working on the same thing. They're expressing the same issues, and it started with their reopening committee. Then Transportation joined, their licensing group joined. So what's happening is we're not the only community board that is expressing concern and is working toward a resolution to ask to be at the table, meaning Russell's correct. We may have the most amazing set of rules that we provide, and maybe they'll be ignored. But frankly, I'd rather be able to start the process. And if you've got a resolution, it is far stronger than a letter or just, well, this is our comment, we're just sending it out. Resolutions may sometimes be ignored, but letters and just basic comments that come hither and there, I think will be more ignored. So I would urge people to understand that there's absolutely nothing wrong with passing this resolution and asking that our voices be heard. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, and then Elaine.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to Ray's going to have to, come to closure on it, but I don't understand some process issues here. It struck me that for this kind of issue which clearly impacts multiple committees, the idea of having a joint meeting of multiple committees made a ton of common sense. Then I didn't understand why some third party who happened to be senior in our organization, namely our board chair, should try to exercise some kind of prior restraint and control over whether we do or do not come up with a resolution. I have no understanding of why that's an appropriate insertion of the point of view of the board chair. I thought, and I may not understand how this is supposed to work, but I do think it's a subject for the Rules and Bylaws Committee to look at. I thought the primary process role of a board chair or even a committee chair is actually to manage a kind of an unbiased process by which the members of that committee or organization get to express their point of view. So
okay, I get that, Peter. And if you want to bring that up at a bylaws and governance meeting, I think that's appropriate there. I mean, I hear what you say, but I mean, honestly, for this conversation, I don't think that, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think that is, if that's your comment, then that's for the bylaws and governance committee, because obviously we have a resolution. It was passed by the board members at the meeting, and we're moving forward. So I take the comment, but if that's something,
I'd like to finish my comment. Thank you very much. I mean, where I started was the notion that a joint meeting of multiple committees made sense. And the notion of an insertion of the point of view of one person who happens to be our board chair to try to control the outcome of that conversation, that session, does not make sense. Thank you, Valerie.
okay,
Part of the role of the, excuse me, I'm gonna.
Wait,
part of the.
All right. I mean, Peter, you were not at the meeting, and so.
I was at the meeting, excuse me. Maybe you weren't paying attention. I was at the meeting.
Okay, part of the role of the chair is to manage how committees handle issues that affect multiple committees. That is very much in the wheelhouse of the board chair. So I don't think I need to say more than that, but let's go to, go ahead.
In order, is that all right, Russell? We have Elaine, Elizabeth Rose, and Rita Popper. Good. Elaine? Thanks, Russell. Elaine?
Thank you. Thank you, Alita. Right now, I'm totally confused. I'm not sure if there is a motion on the floor and it has been seconded and we can move it. If there is, I'd like to second it, move it and speak to it. I sit here saying that I thought it was so important to have all the different committees at least meet. While there was territorial issues, the reality is we're looking at the quality of life of our community and other communities. And indeed, there needs to be a motion to have us at a table. I don't want to hear, oh, we can be Russell. Stop. Dream on. We're not at the table, we're advisory. We are now saying to the city agencies and to our mayor, our voices count. And we need to express the concerns our constituents are telling us. I can't tell you how many calls and meetings I have on the street regarding the mess, and that's what it is, of road-based dining sheds or shanties, and then the restaurant outdoors on the sidewalk, which are illegal because they've gotten away with no enforcement from any agency, particular DOT. And I will speak to DOT. They're not on this. And that's why I think the city council is looking at who should be monitoring. We have a need to speak on behalf of our community that we can have a quality of life. I walked up again Avenue 2nd, 3rd today. If my partner was with me in a wheelchair, we would not get by. And the condition of the sidewalks are unreal. And Russell, your face is telling me you don't care. Listen.
I'm not saying that I don't care. What I am
You-
saying is, excuse me, what I'm saying is you are talking about the merits of the open restaurant program. That's not what we're debating right now. You're talking about whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. That's
And
not the subject of the resolution. The subject of the resolution is, should we express our intent to be heard on it? That's it.
Excuse me. Stop.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
saying
hey,
keep your
no,
comments
no,
germane.
both of you, wait a second, Elaine, stop, Russell, please. Is that we agreed, we have a bylaw about civility, so I'm gonna ask you both to just take a deep breath. And Russell and
Alita,
Elaine just.
Alita,
just
excuse me.
No,
I am
no,
being
I'm
civil.
sorry, this is because it's getting us.
Elaine is shouting at me. I think you have to
Yeah,
move to the
Elaine,
next
stop
person because it's
shouting.
enough already.
No, I'd like to hear what she has to say in a calm way, and then we'll move on to Elizabeth Rose. Elaine, take a breath and be calm, please.
What I'm saying is, we have a resolution here. We need to be at the table. Why? Because we have experienced what has not gone on with the enforcement that originally was laid out in the emergency. Okay? I was giving an example. I'm sorry I talked about a disabled person. Maybe that shouldn't be. I'll talk about the baby carriages. That will be more acceptable to most people.
Elaine.
Okay, I'm sorry, Alita. I lowered my voice. You know what? I can't control the volume. What I'm saying is I support the resolution on the floor right now. And I said I moved to second it if that had to be, because I was not sure where we were at.
It's on the floor.
The resolution, so I will move the motion to approve it then, if that's appropriate. It is very upsetting in the neighborhood not to have input ahead of time before regulations are put in place. And that's what we're seeing. We've had no input on any regulations. And even when the city might have, and there was 11-point program that Valerie laid out, thank you, based on the regulations, nobody enforces it. I'm not going to get into what I saw all day today, but I'm saying move this resolution, approve it, and let us move on to a quality of living in our community with community input.
Thank you. Valerie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Elaine could speak and then make a resolution.
It's already, the resolution is on the, it's the resolution is on the table automatically.
I also want to say, since I was critical of Elaine, that I don't find Craig calling this effort, this resolution, pathetic to be that useful either. So having said that, let's move on to Elizabeth Rose.
Chuck, correct me if I'm wrong, but the next, if someone wants to make a motion, the next motion is whether to call the question or not.
That's right.
We're debating the motion right now. I just wanted to make sure.
There are other motions that could be made. There are other motions that could be made, but I mean,
right,
the motion's on the floor.
The motion's on the floor. It doesn't need to be. Yeah.
Right. I just wanted to bring everybody up to where we were procedurally.
You're right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
So it's me.
Rose?
Yes.
It's Elizabeth.
Yes.
Hi. So I appreciate everyone's interest in having input on these rules and regulations before they are proposed. We are one community board out of 59. I guess I wonder how our resolution to have us have a seat at the table, our community board, it's very specific, community board 8. What does that mean for all of the other community boards? What does that mean for the other 58? Either we should all have a seat at the table, we should all have a formal role in the process, or how do you pick and choose which ones do and which ones don't? And why should we, over any number of other community boards that are also very heavily restauranted in their neighborhoods? So I'm going to offer a friendly amendment to the resolution, which is to change the language from Community Board 8 Manhattan to community boards should have a role and review the draft rules before the formal 30-day public comment process begins. I don't think it is respectful of all of the other neighborhoods in the city to say we should have a seat at the table, but not everybody can, because that's not possible. And so in that light, I could support this resolution if it were a resolution about ensuring a role for all community boards in reviewing draft rules before the formal beginning of a comment clock. I have a hard time saying Community Board 8 Manhattan should be special.
But why are you assuming that that's what that means? Why wouldn't it be that if they see it from us, that either other boards would hear about it and make their own resolutions, or why they wouldn't just say, given some clarity of thought, that yes, all community boards should be at the table? I don't see the exclusionary nature of it that you do, but I could ask, Shari and Kaz worked on this. So Shari and Kaz, if you want to do something like that, but I'm not sure that just a preliminary review of the draft rules is what was anticipated either. Maybe it was something before the draft rules are written where they do incorporate the 59 points of view, or however many community boards want to show up with an opinion.
The entire resolution refers to community boards. The only place CB8 is in the resolves. I mean, the whole thing, community board should have a seat at the table. The whole thing that deals with community boards.
So the question is, would you be willing to substitute the words community boards for CB8 in the resolve clause? I think that's Elizabeth's question.
Yes, if that would make Elizabeth, I mean, that was the intent. I mean, it was all resolution.
But
So
that's-
that's
so
the
then-
intent.
Then that is what we should
That's the-
say.
So the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I would also like to just add that if we wish to have real impact in advance of any formal rules review process, then we as a community board need to organize ourselves to draft what we think the rules should be. Because if we are all, or just to respond and put together our thoughts on whatever the current set of proposed rules are, because if we don't do that now, we will be behind the game and we will never have the ability to have any impact. So thank you.
No, and you're right, because as Gail pointed out, that's exactly what CB2 is doing. I've attended their meetings. They have a very well organized spreadsheet. They have almost unanimity, I think, among board members about it. It's the current rules. It's the way they'd like to see things. There are other organizations doing the same. So that certainly maybe could and should be a next step. That's what I would envision with all of the other committees, whether it is all of the board or not, but as many committees as would like to participate in that. Thank you for the comments, Elizabeth.
Alida at COS again. Maybe Russell can bring it up tomorrow at the Manhattan Borough Board.
It's not tomorrow, but it's going to be next week.
Good, so then this will be all done by then. If it passes, you'll see. You'll have a assignment. Thank you. Rita and then Rebecca. And Russell, your hand is up.
Put it down.
If I'm next, I'm going to call the question.
Well, you're not next. You're not next.
I am next, and I am calling the question.
Second.
Beat you to it. Okay, so secretaries, do your work.
Rebecca, is this one yours?
I don't think so, but I'll do it.
Is anyone opposed to calling the question? Or keep your hands up
Oh,
if
right,
you
I
don't want to call
forgot
the
that
question.
part. Thank you.
That's okay.
Is anyone, can you lower the hands,
am.
Russell, so we could see if there's opposition? Did I say Russell? I meant Will.
Okay.
Okay, is there anyone opposed to calling the question? So Sharon, Pope, Marshall, you're opposed? And Rebecca Dangor, Vanessa, and Craig, and Mrs.
And
Brown.
Mrs. Brown. Okay, so the question has been called.
I'm going to lower the hands again and then hand it over to Rebecca to do. So everyone's hands have been moved back down. So if you want.
All right, so if you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, sorry, my camera is off, please raise your hand.
And to reiterate, Chuck withdrew his objection, but anyone else can. And Chuck, you can change your mind if you need to.
Okay, I'm gonna call on myself last. Barry,
No.
Billy,
No.
Vanessa. No. Lori,
No.
John,
No.
Craig,
No.
Elise,
No.
Greg,
No.
Rebecca Lamort,
No.
Rami,
No.
Barbara,
No.
Sharon,
No.
Paul,
No.
Sarah,
No.
Carolina,
I muted you, sorry. Try it. Still can't hear you. Just chat me.
Her
She's
audio has
abstaining.
problems. Can you let me abstain? Okay. Sandrea,
No.
Chuck,
Sorry, Chuck, muted you. Try that again.
No.
Wilma,
Try 6, Wilma.
so. All right, myself, I am a no. I'll give anyone else a few seconds to raise their hand. I believe the motion carried, but I have to get back to you with a confirmation on the vote.
Thank you. We actually don't have another resolution, so we'll move.
I just wanted to say one thing before we moved on, because I didn't want to lose sight of the original DSNY presentation that was made, because I think it was extremely informative. But I also wanted to thank one of our board members, John Phillips, because I think his input as an owner of a restaurant in terms of the discussion was extremely important. And I just wanted to thank him for participating in that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I also wanted to say thank you to Valerie for taking over when I briefly had to leave earlier. So thank you for doing that. All right, let's go now to street life. And I don't think Abraham is on, so I will do this one. So they are all they're all unanimous, right? Yeah. So it's a number of unanimous resolutions. So if someone wanted to take them all together, now I'll start looking at everybody. Rebecca Dangler.
Sorry, my hand's still raised from the last.
Well, never. Okay, Rita.
Make a motion to take them all together.
Second,
Is there a
by Ed
second?
Hartzog.
Okay. Anyone opposed?
Gonna lower all the hands.
Okay. None opposed to taking them all together. So secretaries, please.
This time it's Andrea, I believe. So go ahead and unmute.
All right, please raise your hands if you are voting no, abstaining, or not voting. Few more seconds. No hands. It passes unanimously.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Let's go next to street fairs. Wilma and Barbara.
Barbara, you can unmute. Wilma.
I keep trying to do it. Am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted. Yeah, you're unmuted.
Okay, great.
Both of you are.
I think I'm getting started. I may have to ask to unmute Michelle. I have one disapproval, and I think, Michelle, my memory is there was a second one. So if Michelle could be unmuted, not disapproval, I'm sorry. There was one non-unanimous, which was the Central Park precinct. Was there a second one?
Yeah, what I wanted to say.
Let's say, just tell us what, I mean, if you just
I don't have it in front of me, but what I was going to say is to put all the unanimous approvals on the floor.
Just give me 1 second with that. Don't say it yet, please. I have
okay,
to say, okay. But did you, I think that there was just one non, and that was the precinct.
Yeah, he was supposed to, that was the Central Park precinct. Yes, that's correct. That was not unanimous. You want me to speak to it?
No.
No, wait, please. Michelle, would you please wait?
Yes, I would like to do all the unanimous together, as Michelle said, except for number 2, and we'll explain why after. Let's leave number 2 out. So we're leaving out number 2 and number 14, the precinct and also Marymount. If anybody wants to call the question.
There has to be a motion to do it that way. Yeah, so Rita's got her hand up.
Rita, go ahead and unmute.
Call the question on all the approvals, except number 2.
Number 2.
And Rebecca, Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to not vote for cause for item 4, Hunter College Elementary School Spring Carnival, and for item number 13, Hunter College High School Street Fair, because I'm employed by Hunter College.
So we can just record those separately as not voting for cause.
Thank you.
Michelle, does this relate to the non-unanimous? Go
No,
ahead. Okay.
let me do number 2 first. Let me do
No,
this.
I think, excuse me, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that there's another one that has to be pulled out. That was the one that was graduation. So Barbara,
Wait
do
a
you
minute.
have all of them?
Excuse me. Hello?
Yeah.
We
Okay,
have 2, like, can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, let me say something, please. There are 2 that were not approved, and that was the graduations that did not have it open to the public.
That's right.
And the number 2 one, excuse me,
Yes,
the
okay.
number 2 that we are holding is because that the Marymount School called back after we approved it and said that they were using vendors. And that's why we held our Marymount. Because usually we try to have the schools use other means other than vendors. And the police fair is another one that's using vendors. That is a whole different thing. Because of the area and because they're on Fifth Avenue, or near Fifth Avenue, there's no other place for anybody to get any food. It is a fundraiser for the police department. So that's what it is. We have the unanimous, the number 2 that we kept out to discuss and see if we want to let it go through, even though it's using vendors.
Well,
Thank you.
but I would just like to explain a little bit more. They came to the meeting saying they were not going to use vendors. It was unanimous.
As I said,
yes,
yeah.
And
Okay,
we just want to check to
is
see if
there-
somebody's against it.
So
Because
can we
now-
just, so why don't we just identify by number on the minutes, which
Number
2 we're
2.
pulling out?
We're pulling out 2 and 14.
Right.
2
Everything
because
else,
there's been a change, and 14 because it was one
right.
Voting no.
Everything
or-
else is subject to Rita's
or
motion,
abstaining,
right? Because
right.
they were all unanimous.
That's right.
So that's what we're voting on. We're voting on everything other than 2 or 14, and we're going to have Rebecca record her not voting for cause. So the question's been called on that. So is there opposition to calling the question?
Oh, we still didn't call I thought we already called the question on the unanimous ones. We didn't?
We did.
Rebecca, yeah.
We did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Oh, we,
Yes, we did.
I'm sorry,
So-
the minutes do not reflect the unanimous approval. We need to fix that.
Yes,
Okay.
number 14
We didn't
does.
do that yet. We did the unanimous ones, Rebecca. We did the unanimous ones.
No, that's not what she's saying.
No, I'm saying that for 2 and 14.
number
I
2
do
looks
deem
like
it
it's
14,
unanimous.
abstained,
14
but
is abstained. It doesn't
We'll do
say
that.
Yeah, but
abstained.
the vote reads 2 to 0, so we need to make it clear.
Yes, we have to change that to a 1. You're right. There has to be 201. Okay.
And for the secretary recording the vote, 'cause it's not me, again, it is for my not voting for cause is for item 4 and for item 13. Thank you.
I think we're
So
all
let's
tired
lower all the
of
hands.
last time. This should not
Yeah,
be.
that's okay. Let's lower all the hands and Rami or Sandrea.
I believe this one is me. So for those items that were said before, Please raise your hand if you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause. Michelle?
Forgive me, I'm unclear. My recollection is that there were 3 items. Can you tell me what number 2 was? I don't have the sheet in front of me.
Okay, can I just please explain
Tell
it?
me
and
what
not
number 2
interrupt?
and what
If
number
you let me
14
explain and
are.
not interrupt, it will be much faster and easier. Let us just do number 2. Number 2 was
No.
unanimous.
We're already in the middle of voting. I'm sorry. This is
We're
a
voting
question about
on the
what we're voting on.
unanimous resolutions. Everything that was unanimous except for
So-
number 2 and number 14.
Okay.
Correct? Right, Russell?
It wasn't unanimous.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
So,
We
so
voted
number
on it
2,
already.
But I'm questioning
right.
what's unanimous. Can you just tell me the
Sure.
topic of number 2 and 14?
Those
Two
are
It was the
non-unanimous.
Marymount
Wait,
Marymount
now I,
Strawberry Festival.
14
Now-
is the precinct.
okay. So there's the precinct and the Strawberry Festival. I do not remember a problem with the Strawberry Festival. I had an issue with the precinct and I had an issue with the graduation. What number is the graduation?
Okay, Michelle, please, the graduations, there was 2 that we disapproved. One was a graduation and another that they just were not accepting the community.
Correct. Okay.
And so they were unanimous.
Those are unanimous
Okay.
disapprovals.
Okay,
Please
fine.
listen,
That's what I
Michelle.
was clarifying.
I
Thank
will
you.
explain
All
number
right,
2
we're
again.
voting.
We're
No,
voting.
no. We're
So-
voting.
Got
We're
it.
voting.
I got it.
Michelle, so what is your vote on everything except for number 2 and number 14?
Yes.
Yes.
She's voting yes. Okay.
Elizabeth?
I'm voting no because I support street closures for graduations.
Okay.
Even if they're not open.
We're
to the
not
public.
voting.
No, we're not
on
gonna, we
those
can't,
non-unanimous.
we're not gonna debate it. We just have to vote.
Okay. Cost?
Point of information, are we including disapprovals in the unanimous? I thought we never did.
We've done it more, since COVID, we've been doing it.
It's unanimous, both approvals and disapprovals.
Okay, I'm fine with it then. I'll lower my hand.
Accidentally lowered Alita's hand. Alita.
Okay. Resolution passes.
Wait, sorry, Rami. I
You
accidentally
didn't
lowered
get me,
Alita's
Rami,
hand.
Sorry.
Alita?
No.
No.
Alita votes no.
Resolution passes for 39 to 0.
Wait, please record that there are 2 in that group.
The
where
not
I
voting
vote
for
no.
cause.
We've done it.
To 2 not voting for cause?
Not
Yeah.
voting for cause
Number
on 2 of the items.
Yes,
Yes.
That's true. Now, I will repeat number 2 very quickly. Number 2, there was a change since we discussed it, and I'm really bringing this up. Michelle, you may have some comment on it. Marymount originally said they're using their own food service. We do ask them whether they're using trucks or not. I listened to the tape to make sure they definitively said no. They since came back and said, yes, they are using trucks. Does anybody have any questions about it or any comments about it? If not, somebody can call the question.
Barry has his hand up.
Call the question.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any opposition to calling the question?
This is item 2. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Michelle?
Yes, I was not privy to that new information. Marymount has never done that before.
What's your?
So I will vote no.
It's a yes. Not so no.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can I go on to the next one?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Motion
14
carries
Yes.
40 to 1.
14 is the precinct. That's a case where they also always have used trucks. They are using trucks because it's the Central Park precinct has this affair. Michelle, do you want to tell why you voted no or abstained? You abstained on it.
Yeah, I support everything that helps and funds the police and all the work, the charitable work that they do. The officer that was there was going to get back to us about whether or not they were using trucks. So that's why I abstained. And I'm torn because I don't like to vote against them. So I will support this, but I'm not happy that they're using, I like when they use local vendors, local restaurants, local, bodegas, whatever, local businesses, and not bring in truck vendors, because often our truck vendors are not such very good neighbors. They block, if you look around the hospital zone, they're in the ambulance parking, they're in the no standing, so I don't like to bring people from outside of the neighborhood when all of our businesses can use some extra business. But because it's the police, I'm going to support it. But I hope that next year they maybe change things. Thanks.
Anybody else? I don't say it. Will, would you call? I can't.
Oh yeah, of course.
Rebecca.
Rami, are you still doing it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we need a motion, sir.
Yeah, Rebecca has her hand up. She's the next person on the list.
I recognized. I'm sorry. Rebecca, you can unmute anytime, but you need to do it on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, my phone died or something. I don't know. It got disconnected. I'm just going to reiterate my support for this street fair, and I hope other board members will vote to approve.
Are you calling the question?
No, I
Billy
can't.
is next.
I can't do
She
that.
spoke in favor of the thing.
Okay.
Billy, go ahead.
Sorry, I got distracted. I was just going to call the question. Did I miss something important?
No, that's correct. You're doing it right.
I can.
Rita seconds, as does Barry.
Okay.
So this is on item number 14. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, motion carries.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I don't think we have any old business, new business. I'll go to Rebecca.
Hi, yeah, I just want to briefly say, I think maybe we will have Taina is sick tonight, so she couldn't make it. We will have another rules and bylaws soon. I think we need to address this committee jurisdiction issue on our level. And we will add that to our agenda. I just don't think we should take up any more of the full board's time, either like tabling motions or commenting during the public session. I think we really need to make sure we give enough time for the public to contribute in their way. And I promise you, it's just very difficult to organize a meeting because we have like a million committees. So if you have any concerns, please email them to me, Chuck, and Taina, and CC Russell and Will, and we will make sure they'll be raised at the appropriate time. Thank you.
All right, Sherry.
Sorry about that. Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly, we all know about the redistricting that took place at the level, at the state level. Well, our city council is being redistricted. At our last voting reform task force meeting, we were informed that this city council district 4 has to shed 7,000 individuals, and district 5 has to shed 4,000 individuals. Their populations have increased where other districts have gone down. The voting reform task force has decided to engage in this. We have to come up with testimony. We have to decide, are we lowering the boundaries up or down to come up with the ideal number. Our next meeting is April 20th. We need help. This is going to be a big project, but it's very important that we have input how our city council districts are structured. And I invite you all to come to our meeting on April 20th. We have a lot of specifics, populations, demographics. It's going to be a big job, and we really could use some help. So if you're interested, please join us on April 20th. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you. Kaz.
Yeah, can I make a friendly request that we get a definitive answer from DOT? Who is the lead agency on the open restaurant? I mean, some people think it's not, some people do. I'm confused.
Yeah, well, yes, we can definitely do that.
Thanks.
Sure.
Motion to adjourn.
Well, you're too late because you just did your thing. So, Rami.
Just a few brief point of orders from, I guess, the secretaries and the district office. In order to get quorum or to figure out if you are here, we need to know your name. So we just ask that all CB8 members, when you log onto Zoom, make sure that the Zoom name, which is on the bottom left corner of your screen, says your full legal name or a name that we all recognize you by. It really helps. And when you fill out the Google form, you know, when you click on the email, I believe Rebecca wants to be unmuted for this as well. When you fill out the Google form, please write your full name. Another point of order is if you step away or leave for any point of the meeting, please either direct message any of the district managers, text Russell, text the secretaries. We really need to know if you step away or you log off for any reason, whether your computer dies or you go to the bathroom. It is really helpful for us to know this information because, as you saw today, there were numerous corrections on vote tallies because we weren't sure who is here or who is not. This is definitely a virtual meeting issue, but please be cognizant of Zoom names and whether you're present or not. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add, I know for the sake of time, we have stopped doing a roll call vote, but I do think it might be helpful to do a roll call for attendance because tonight we had an issue where someone was named under something that none of us knew. So we didn't know they were present for the first few votes, and that's problematic. I constantly have my video off because I'm like this close to my screen trying to make sure everyone is still there. So that would be very helpful. We just like when we're hybrid, and we might be hybrid in the future, you just got to really let us know about whether or not you're actually here. Special shout out and applause to Will Sanchez for putting a coffee cup when he was not present for a certain vote. That was extremely helpful. We just need to make sure that everyone is doing that because again, when we were in person, we did a roll call vote. So there was no speculation as to whether or not someone was voting a certain way. That being said, I need to read the count for the small business vote, because that was not recorded and it was very close. It passed by a vote of 22 to 19 to 0. That needed to be stated for the record. Thank you.
Thanks. Michelle.
I just wanted to clarify that it is in certain documents, and I don't remember where it is this minute because I've read through thousands, but that the DOT is definitely in charge of the temporary restaurants program. Definitely, that's the definite. What is not definite is in the permanent program. That is yet to be decided.
Okay, I don't think that's right, but we will get to the bottom of that.
Well, that's what it said. That's what it said.
We're gonna. All right. Got it.
I just want to clarify.
All right, Barbara.
Okay, move to adjourn.
Yeah. Is there a second? Yes, Barry seconds. Okay. Any opposed?
Before 11 o'clock, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's good. All right. Thank you.
Really
everybody.
quickly, Wilma, I just want to make sure you're seconding that and you weren't trying to get something in.
Barry seconded it, so it's been seconded.
try to be nice to the folks on the phone.
Okay, you're right. Unmute.
Well, it's *6. You just raised your hand, so I just want to make sure that's what you're doing. Okay.
I think it's a fair assumption under the circumstances. So
Yeah,
thank you,
that's
everybody, and have a good rest of your evening.
Good night, everyone.